It's cool the song's calling back to almost every other part of the game's music. We should have listened to Speed Freaks FM, man. Please, Speeds
the boat
FM.
comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Might need a flashlight.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the...
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, locking off that side of...
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
There's gonna be some good old boy in here. Zoot. Flammable. Seems like a good song.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102. On the islet, there is almost no wind. Just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
This is usually a shiver's job, man.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. Col de Mamadakwa. We are way out now. Way out.
They're called the Mamadakwa.
No,
We found it.
it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
Yes? I have. Is that why we're stopping?
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Sorry, Lieutenant.
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Getting some more lore.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neo.
Nice
It's
political
going to be
thought.
hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you
So
hurt.
much weight, dude.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the
Fuck
sign.
political thoughts for goddamn one goddamn minute. Maybe that's the point, man. They always kind of joke about the political thoughts. Maybe not, though.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the con.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this.
Well, he
Old
calls you a
bullets,
lieutenant,
gas,
you're freighter
fuel.
now. I'm assuming we need to get in here then. Time to load in, man. You'd hope because it's smaller it wouldn't be as much to load, but doesn't seem to change a lot of the load times. Only when you're moving from one map area to the same map in a different area. All sorts of shit in here.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for
Yeehaw.
warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Wait, haven't you heard this before?
Downstairs, somewhere?
In the political class?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter.
The lieutenant
There it
pauses.
is again.
Something seems to be pecking at the edge of his concentration.
Long and cold.
There's no time to dwell on this moment. You've got to keep moving.
So I guess the weird pale shit also lets them hear stuff from the
The
future.
hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the
Interesting.
generator and down into the ammo lift.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
It's not philosophy.
That is his idea of a joke. A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it proves the point. He nods approvingly. He even smiles.
Base. We didn't even lose any fucking... any health, dude.
Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room
Tim
warm.
fucking smiles
Maybe
now
it's
and
the
we're
fine
kicking
guy.
shit.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm. Bent metal, broken glass. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Gaze upon me, stuff in despair.
Kudos.
Yes. Fucking break shit. Was it just some fucking old dude who didn't get over the war or something?
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor
find
and
out.
on a makeshift cupboard. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories? You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Here we go again.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead. Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Thanks, Kim. Army surplus. Yo, fawn outfit. Hand-eye coordination. Where's the army surplus shit? +2 empathy.
Soft covers, serialized, fantastic. Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than... The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Good eyesight. Can we get a little bonus here from something? Okay, let's give it another go.
Soft covers, serialized, fantastic. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory.
Critical
That
theory.
is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature. published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Powerful communist theory. I have no comments to you.
Ouzia. Humanitarian sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Revachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist student's room?
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has
Again.
lived here, they have some education.
It's funny he says
and a
again,
certain set of
because you
interests.
could have skipped that, and he wouldn't probably say it now. Neat.
Interesting.
And time to put back on the armor. Although this might be more of a discussion, not an armor situation, but you know, we don't know. If I put on the entire Fallen get up, dude.
Oh, glorious Folnier.
There we
You
go.
wear the full set like a true born hero. The ultimate performance of fun flows in you.
I feel so dynamic.
You are the most ultra of men. Peak performance.
Ultra.
Go on. The fucking sunset awaits, Fun Rider.
Hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. The full set. Oh, thanks. Alright. Now we gotta put all this back together. Make a soul light bidding, yeah. A different kind of physics destroyer. Laughs in the face of science. Bleeding style. I'm dying. Have the Pale Lore art book. You can check it after you're done with the game. Dying. Was it like funny or some other craziness?
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional key
Oh,
above
okay.
the
Sorry,
handle.
man. Dying.
It's very small.
Sleepy time. Well, sorry I didn't finish it a little earlier, man. But if you still want to chit chat about the game, man, just hit me up next stream. If you had anything you wanted to say. Rise and shall wake up. Thanks for watching, man.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I think there's a console just southeast.
The heavy metal door stands.
Fuel, generator, console. That's our best chance.
So we can rest here? Should I rest here then?
This old cylindrical generator waits with its
Click the bed. I mean, I know this is where I rest, but I just figured as a way for you to heal yourself real quick, but maybe we actually get some interesting dream stuff.
The offer still stands.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. Sleep.
Okay. That it, or are we moving into something big here? Where's fucking Kim, dude? Outside. What, did he get this working or something? Maybe that's all it means. Crazy? Did I forget how I got in? I can't even pause the game. I mean, I could pause it, but I can't open the menu. Oh, here we go. You can just go underneath it. Okay, well, I wasn't done looking around in there. Hopefully we didn't just skip all that off the reload. So I'd like to see what's going on. Unless my guy's having a fucking nightmare or something. The chain. I don't think this is the chain. Unless this is a dream, I feel like we just skipped some shit, which I'd rather not do at the last minute. Feels kind of big. Maybe not though. This could be a dream. Oh, her footprints. Might just be a dream then. Or is this Dolores fucking Day, man?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand.
Oh, this
She
was the
seems to
moment,
be
the
in a
video
hurry.
store and everything.
Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking, but you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go. This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. Win her back. How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
Massive epic showdown.
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Aren't you already wearing one?
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It
Mana.
was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say.
Anyway, hey,
Hey.
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I don't know. I assume what they mean here is he pretty much treats his wife as like this level of person, deifizer. I don't know if it quite actually means his wife was Dolores Day. I don't think that's it. There might be a mix of things going on here. Consider we talked to her on the phone, I don't think that's the case.
Don't say that. I know this positive thing sounds stupid to you, Harry, but it works. We all have an obligation to be happy. You too. And you will be. Now.
This is everything I always warned you about.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions. She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
One more massive epic showdown. I feel like we could click that, but I imagine this is supposed to be more him just like maybe letting it go. Feels kind of the anti to that. Unless it's really worth seeing. But I think we're just gonna let it roll, man.
Is what you want to say, but you don't. Hammers clang in the distance. Children laugh. The light from the video rental casts shadows on the ground. She turns her face, and it's illuminated by it. Red and cyan. I can't help you. I'm totally useless.
Yeah.
Everything I've said is lies. I want the exact same bad things you want. To stand here like a pillar of salt, saying,
Like a pillar of
is
salt.
what you want to say. Where? There's water all around. She turns her face. I can't help you. I'm totally useless.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive...
Gonna quit my obsession.
I want to go to
You
the
can't
aerodrome.
do it, Jim. The
I
pillar
have
of salt,
tickets
dude.
for the 10:20 flight to Morova.
Man's been working in the salt mines for too
Really?
long. Yeah, I like it too. Not even your volition's good enough, right? In the face of this fucking ex-wife thing.
We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters, it's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell, forever. That's just
You'll
the way
burn,
it is.
Harry.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Just try to kiss her. I feel like this is bait. Nobody sees that dialogue either. People never think to leave. It's just a thing that does put a no, nobody's gonna click it. Well, to me, it's like the whole game, he's been weighed down by the thought of his ex-wife and shit. So you'd imagine some endgame introspection, leaving his memories here and all that. Well, I mean, people probably don't even fucking gather. I mean, you have to have the phone call to know about the video thing. Him linking Dolores Day, I guess, for his fucking wife and shit. Like, maybe people just don't. I don't know. To me, it felt more like leaving would be what would make him better, so I went for it. Of a headless fallen rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
The figurines don't do anything.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers.
The fucking
Doesn't know
the
what to
side
say.
quest. But the side quest, they don't do anything. They're useless. Got a little musket.
No, please. Please don't give me anything.
Custom
Harry,
dice.
I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
I won't give
didn't
you
ask
things
for
then.
things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked these things a long time ago. The headless Fallen Rider especially. But now, only boring hell remains.
Oh shit, dude. Trophy. They do nothing.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day. Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that. Call me like that.
You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead.
Hand-eye coordination is shook there, oh really? Well, I have guaranteed hand-eye coordination checks. It's a perk. So maybe it's just like general motorics or something? Like every passive motor or hand-eye coordination is supposed to succeed. Unless these don't count as passive.
They shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In the warmth of the night. Wrapped in my future love. There, I think of you less and less. Whole weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She
Cock
looks
smoke
down on her
destroyed.
stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery. The death blow is coming. Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. Apple trees hang their bony limbs low over the back. It's Dora. That's what the voice said on the phone.
Dora. The innocence of humanism.
Dubois, yes. Dora Dubois.
Why what? Oh no, no. We're not doing that again.
She's just Dora, bro.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around, and it will happen.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
Yeah, maybe you should have prepared.
We all told you. Everyone warned you. Everyone.
Literally all of you.
I'm getting so much closer.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad.
What?
To eternal damnation.
I will.
Your friends.
The morning? I don't understand. Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive.
Come on,
Ellie,
man.
I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
Very naive.
Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh god, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
You're not even human, mass murderer. Kiss, this is just waiting for fucking failure.
It's not, but... I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did.
She's already over it, dude.
People do. Things will get good for you again.
The case.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Rhetoric doesn't exactly help all that off, you know.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me too.
I doubt it was very hard.
I used to think I couldn't live without you. But
Considering
I
she's
can.
peace
She
out
keeps
on
her
it.
shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew. Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone. It's okay.
Innocent Dolores Day. Proceed. Withdraw.
What other things? We've been through all the things, Harry.
The 8%, man. Does this feel like no matter what?
Your feet still tremble from the steps you took,
Snake
as
eyes,
if
man.
over an enormous distance, standing against her. She is not kissing you back. The moment is ending. She is going to
It's
move
like this
her
either way.
face away from
Okay.
yours.
Make the attempts in peace. But I succeeded.
Tried hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. Yes. He did it.
He balked me.
I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? You poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions.
Destroyed,
Let's
man.
talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more. She doesn't know what to say.
Yes, okay. I'm glad.
I mean, I'm a moralist. The other voice almost took me away on their airship.
It doesn't sound like you're better at all, Harry. It doesn't even sound like you're a moralist. It just sounds like you want to win me back or something. I don't want you to try that anymore, okay? It's too sad.
When did you get to see her actual
Total
model?
annihilation. We got annihilated, Harry. It wasn't about responsibility at all. It was always only about you having no power at all. Over her, yourself, anything.
The
We both
vassal.
said a lot of things.
I'm a
We
vassal.
were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it.
We will always have what was. I will always be influenced by it.
Mass
It is
murderer. You're not even human.
No, I am actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What is
You had
this?
glowing lungs.
This is so far gone, Harry.
Your
My lungs do
lungs.
not glow, Harry. I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of...
She will, once you have erected
The Temple of Light.
of Light.
We're not gonna play the fucking bitch boy answers, man. Unless you could just do them with no repercussions, but I don't know if we're like having him get over some shit here. I can forgive you that you're pregnant, dude.
It is. And it's making me late for my beautiful, beautiful flight to Morova. Far, far away from you.
What a
And
bitch, man.
Revachol.
An apricot-scented ghost wafts out of her. Her skin, the fabric, all the roads. We miss her footsteps when she's gone from here. A completely
really?
different world.
Mass murderer.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
What, at 10:20 you had to be there?
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Where the fuck? Who said that? It's not even on there. I just heard it. Did you break our breakdown sequence? It's an RPG. I don't know about it. Yeah. Pretty rough stuff, man. My guy got destroyed. Because this is a culmination of, like, the future and everything else, right? Not only is he getting cucked, she's pregnant with another man's child. It's been 20 years. She's talking about how everything's a paradise and she's gonna go on a beautiful, plane ride and all that. That he's a poor piece of shit. Failed kiss, man. Complete and utter annihilation.
Light, life, culture.
Culture, of
It's
course.
so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me
Science,
into.
art, the universe. I'm sure she was just a peach too, man.
No. That would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, Life, love, and laughter
Laugh,
awaiting
laugh.
me.
This is shit,
The
man.
cafeteria,
Live, love, live,
dust,
love, laugh,
hell,
man.
and tragic
So
comedy.
that just makes it so much funnier, man. Fucking live, love, laugh. Got the impossibly golden paradise ahead of her.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago.
So she already had cheated on him a few times, or left him. Well, no wonder I think she's gonna come back, man. She seems like a fucking keeper too, man.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Or not. Jesus, Harry, get over it, man. You're fucking pathetic, dude. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Clock's out. Get over it, Harry. The fucking Everard. Harry. Get over it, Harry. That was cool. I'm glad we had the rest then. Just give Kim a big smooch and get over it, dude. Jesus. Our guy needs to get back into the dating pool if he's this fucking obsessed. Kiss anything, man. Go kiss a fucking the wall or something, man.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Can. Oh, Willie. Spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Fucking hardcore ultra. I'm fucking ultra, Kim. I'm a fucking machine.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. Determine it here. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights. Nothing happens The dial slides under the glass, silently. An idea lights up in your head.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work. No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely. We need to restore power before using this office. We should look around outside.
The boat engine.
Let's do it.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around.
Yeah,
The
that
consul
sounds
stands
horrible.
by, mutely.
Plenty of drugs and shit. The magnesium. I guess if something happens, they want to load you up. I don't know. Okay. Cargo ships. Big. How did we already know what this looked like without coming out here? My God. It's like a bad idea to stand right here on the edge of a fucking, like, ice bank or whatever.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into... Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you.
Doubtful.
Where it has always been, in front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt. Yes, cold.
Yeah, I like
and
this
still,
song.
but
I
love is
like post-rock
warm
guitar in the
inside
max,
of her
nice.
mouth.
Chiming in occasionally.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes, it's just.
No, no. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Yeah. The dreamy kind of like post-rock or shoegaze or whatever the fuck you want to call it definitely fits.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez.
The melancholy they're
reflecting,
going for here or
taller
whatever. I guess more
pieces
just
of
raw
water
sadness.
reach into the water.
I mean, after
Like
that,
shimmering
bed
And
thing.
the shacks too.
I guess it'd be more
Pine trees
melancholic
and
if you didn't do the
upside
bed
down.
thing, because you just know you're kind of near the end and a lot of shit's happened. But that was more raw, like they said, Annihilation. So, I don't know. The point is, fucking pretentious words. It's a good song. Yeah, I think it worked well.
Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step
I wouldn't
in.
mind picking it up even.
It's been too long.
We have to have our guy at his worst. Maybe he's gonna. We can finally get over it when we get in here. We'll see.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim.
Don't bring up
with
food,
cigarette
I'm hungry,
butts.
man.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations.
I mean, it's totally fine to imagine that it had nothing to do with it. It's just a little fact to keep in mind.
I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Just something to keep in mind.
There's a fire
Don't have to
slit
be
on the
wrong.
wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look
9 visual
familiar.
calculus right now. You'd hope
A
this would be
towering
enough.
skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire, capeside apart. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain. The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
What? Do you have a line of sight to the window?
What are you talking about? Can't be certain. It's certain.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot.
Oh, was there a
This
Wire
is the
reference? I still haven't
sniper's
seen The
nest.
Wire, sadly. I've really wanted to, but been on the backlog. Is it between 38A and 10? Is that what the reference was, or something else?
Affirmative.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
He looks north, over the fortification,
That's right.
then at the mattress.
Everyone beating themselves up over it. Oh, is it the chief guy or whatever? The motherfucker. I don't know if he's the chief, but there's his partner. I don't know. The African American dude. Motherfucker a lot. I've seen those memes from it. That's about it. Like all I know other than like the front cover. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of a different show.
He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
It is him. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it. But I've seen the couple sound clips of it.
Where?
He does not answer, just nods.
We should move now.
Get your gun out, bub. someone's watching. A hunch. Yeah, it's funny, I like Inland Empire sometimes because it's like gut feelings and hunches that are legit, but then it's also got like its share of like just crazy shit. So you don't like overly trust it, but it can be interesting still. Good. Itchy man. Not like comparing it to the other ones or anything, but just like it talking about the thing itself. Because at the beginning I figured when I made the build that it's just gonna be crazy man shit. But it's got like, you know, some hunches that actually seem somewhat possible just without any logic. Yeah, it's neat. It's a lot more literal with how they defined it than I expected. Like, it is just like gut feelings and shit. And then, yeah, because he's kind of nuts. A lot of delusions.
This old cylindrical, the lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator.
How they'd have you
the
yank
machine
it.
sputters like an old
No, you're the one
walrus
with the
before
fucking
settling
wound.
down to a rattle.
That should do it.
A dim golden glow and
It's on.
automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down.
Don't worry. I have a gun. I know. It was not easy to acquire.
I also have a gun. I also. I'm somewhat of a gun wielder myself. Okay. Well, maybe we should juice up a bit. Gotta love Kim. I know. Okay. Alright. Logic, drama. Empathy is probably. I think we're alright. I've already been kind of equipped. I mean, I could walk out with some full, like, nationalist fucking garb on or something. See if he reacts. If that's what's even gonna happen. Assuming he's like old-timey dude or something. Like he wouldn't just be randomly killing somebody though, man. I mean, maybe he really just be watching this happen and then just shoot the guy, and then she would react so calmly to like cover it up. I don't know. It'd just be that they have a lot of fucked people and that's just how it went down. We'll see if there's conspiracy or not, I guess. What I mean... White flowers blossom all around you. What's up, bro?
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
He hates everything.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Reactionary rock and roll music. What does he say if you don't do that?
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
It was sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges.
The engine's okay. I figured it had to be something like
The
that.
weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safre Empire, extinguished in '06.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog. Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand? No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. It's out of bullets.
I mean, I'll blame Kim on that one.
Like an amputated limb in the sand, he stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound.
Oh yeah, I wonder if I could have found the
Strange
helmet if I
sadness,
ran around a bit.
like a song.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid, cold. Real music. Real brilliant.
Real music.
That's La Révacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song. Forget about that for a moment. You need to address that remark first.
There you go. 1 of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess. Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it. Talk to her. God, shithouse. Should have taken it down like they did in Grad. Dismantled it for firewood.
All around you, the air slowly circulates the islet, carrying little swallows and black-beaked seagulls in it. Keep their distance.
Keep their distance.
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits.
Oh no, George.
I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your... Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. The rifle's in a shabby state. Like a crutch that's seen too much travel. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangon, too.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. The right
And
type,
it does.
the right calibre.
He's liking this.
It is.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
In time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross.
Okay.
Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my terminus surrender.
Deserter.
There, behind them, across the delta, the Insacom building. Coalition government in Celindian mission control.
Right.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and
Ideologically trained.
I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No, I've been on other islands too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it.
So, has he killed any other people?
Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
It remains unclear what it is. He makes leaps he doesn't expect you to follow.
Clearly,
And this was
probably
when?
super up his ass after this many years, stewing in his own shit.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed
It
the
thought pretty
clouds.
slow, huh?
Storm clouds. When they started shelling,
But he sounds pretty
dark magic.
kind of done, weak kind of deal.
The combined
Well, we'll see if he's
might
really
of
all done.
international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all
Can't
night,
blame him, man.
and the sound of the rotors in the morning.
Yeah.
Whirring.
Just need to go to the map room and get some milk and smokes. Be back soon.
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above.
Seems like he just
The
survived, man.
anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to
His
death. The
some
sweetest,
motivations
most
with the way he
courageous
ticks, right?
people in the world. You see the
The
fear,
squeaking in the
the
background.
power in its eyes.
Look,
Then you know that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
yeah.
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
It's an island.
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
One of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? Iblis. The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
Mm-hmm.
How does anyone survive?
He
I
steals.
steal.
Now hold on there.
Self-employed, create the system. What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables.
He doesn't want to hear that shit, man. That's exactly
It's
what
the
you
life
don't
of
want
a
to avoid.
dog, not a human being.
I mean, maybe you could still say it anyways, but whatever.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
It's the little joys. The dark joke. The sunshiny day. Morphine.
Morphine, love that morphine.
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins. Glimmering in the dark. Like a fucking merry-go-round.
It's a merry-go-round there, dude.
It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street.
Boogie
of course.
Street.
Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol were still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went
Boogie
silent.
Street.
The frequencies.
Oh,
were
Boogie
dead.
Street. Oh. Lemonade. Pretty heavy duty lemonade, man. Got fucking heartburn, acid reflux city. I also need food, but I'll try to play this out first.
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker.
The bunkers.
Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant.
Wonder if we could see him
I could
early
walk
in the
straight
game.
into that town if I wanted.
Why does he not?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs,
Uh-huh.
rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
Yeah, this guy's really living it up, dude.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is.
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights, ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
The propaganda bunker. I used to.
How do you get in
Not
there?
anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves.
So can you actually get into the propaganda bunker if you fucking like nail the 3%? I don't know if somebody answered that earlier recently, and I missed it.
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore.
Oh, that's the one in the
It's
film.
better in
isn't
the
it?
ruins, on the ground.
Oh, I see. Can you get into the one on the fucking the coast though? In the very top, yeah. You can't get in, okay. What's up, Rocky? Okay. So even if you do manage to get the 3%, it just doesn't work? Because I've tried it before, and yeah, it says you can't enter, but I don't know if like you can succeed if you reload it enough. Yeah, I researched that thought, and then I forgot it because it was useless. But nothing, it didn't let me get in. Okay, so it is just kind of like a gag. I don't know if it truly did matter at some point. Like you could like have an Easter egg or something in there.
I do.
Just chilling, just messing with the hats over it. Caffeine a little too late? No, I gotcha. That's been me the last few days. I've had a little too much caffeine, which I don't usually do. Up pretty late, so now I'm kind of crashed. You can tell if a check is impossible by hovering over the die roll after you make it. It's truly impossible, so check say that. The two in the games right by the door and dodging the second bullet. Ah, okay. Alright. Well, thank you very much, guys. I see now.
Very good. Plenty of talk. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Sure it does.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon
It
grows
is this.
late, on Rue de Saint-Gislain,
Not doing
people
that.
walk home, Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women.
So you can't even go do anything now. He's dying and too old, man.
Laborers. The temperature is steady.
What a sad way to go, man.
Clouds form above Precinct 41.
Fucking waste his whole life, dude. Well, that guy's gotta kill somebody too. At least one person, we'll see him.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic.
Wasn't me, dude. I didn't burn them. Okay, so they're there for him now.
Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
Neat. Cool seeing that.
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Girl, child, revolution.
It won't. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore.
Is that what
However
he's
hard
gonna
I
kill that
try.
guy for?
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
Yeah, he betrayed the theory. Yeah.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces...
This kind of
bourgeois
character is really
morals in
interesting.
Revachol.
Just the sheer amount of years where he's been kind of stuck in his own shit. And how many layers of bullshit he's behind because of it. I know, we'll see if he breaks down at some point. Or since, like, that's all he knows, that's all he is, like, he's just gonna stick to the guns till the end. Just trying to help people. The empathy checks during this are really cool. It kind of breaks him down a little bit. He just lashes out at the people because they've forgotten him. Not really as much about ideology exactly. Try to help people. We're with the good guys.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity.
Of humanity.
of this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
I don't think
Understood,
you did.
buddy.
You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods. It's not real.
Communism's real. That's it. Video games, those damn kids in the video games.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the
The
army.
ideological officer. Not like a propaganda officer.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party.
Yeah.
These
Like, alright, buddy,
things
pull
used
the
to
gun
mean
on him.
something.
Nobody fucking did. This is foul sportswear, dude. He gets away with it. We're going against the moral interns just this one time to enact vigilante justice. Reactionaries, how people do use that combo which sides me. Yeah, it's used quite a bit. There's all sorts of ideologies and stuff like that used throughout the game. You'd have to play it to really get the full picture. It kind of takes a shit on like everybody, but also explores a lot of it. It's not a like entirely political game, but there's a lot of that kind of stuff in it. It's neat. It's interesting. It kind of fleshes out the dystopia.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Jesus, buddy. Getting real fucking intense here with that one. Yeah. That's how it's felt to me. I was going to break into it a bit more near the end, but I see people online say that the game leans in certain directions. And maybe there is some lean in there, but to me it's just felt like it takes a fucking massive dump on like everything. I mean, maybe it'll bring up some stuff too. I mean, it'll paint some stuff nice, some stuff bad, but for the most part, I feel like everything gets a nice, even layer of shit. All getting shit on. I think some people just get too attached to some of their biases or something projected onto the game. I don't know. Yeah, dude, the knight philosopher of the revolution. The commissar politique, knight philosopher. The knight philosopher. I love that line, dude. You couldn't see more of a zealot if you fucking tried, man. Getting to the enemy.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
Whoa, silent. Easy. Leans towards your bias. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Like a priest.
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
The humans of the past.
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm not really into politics myself. I mean, they even shit on the no stance shit. I know that's what I enjoy. I just think the way they word everything sounds fucking stupid as shit. Ironic nihilist. We'll just let him off the hook here. I don't really need to wax philosophic or ideologies with this guy. I think he's pretty
There's
set in
nothing
stone.
serious in this world. It's a farce.
Composure.
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you.
Yeah,
Get personal.
Wait, so which one do I say then?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Suggestion is wrong almost all the time. Yeah, Marius, that's how it seems. Some people just get attached to certain areas and kind of gloss over other bits, depending on their personalities. It's neat. I mean, maybe you could say the same about me, like I'm not terribly leaning super hard on anything in particular. It racks up ideology points, and I'm like fucking even across the board, it seems like, except with fascism. Yeah, it seemed like if you had to pick one, it probably... I don't know. I would say the moral interns kind of get off a little bit, just because Joyce's character is not as unreasonable, but I guess she's like an ultra liberal. I don't know. Like I said, there could be a little lean in there, but it's felt, if that's the case, it's not really, it doesn't feel like it's very up its own ass about it. It puts plenty of dookie on everything. Am I a fascist? That's actually my lowest. Well, we can't check it right now. Yeah, Hippo. I think that's the case for sure. Like I said, I think everything kind of gets a lot of shit. Some stuff gets positive ideas. I mean, and there's so much dialogue and they explore everything. I mean, it's not even just politics either. I mean, they're exploring fucking music. They're exploring, you know, homosexuality. They just get into like everything, right? It's interesting. I mean, I guess if you just blast through the main story, it's probably would lean a bit harder on the ideological shit, but to me, it felt like a pretty even shit slinging. I don't know. We'll see when we're done with this. Yeah, I'd agree. They like I said, like I just said, I didn't say it so eloquently, but I think they dig into all of them pretty well. When I say like equal shit slinging, I kind of mean they all get the same treatment. It feels like, and explores it. They even explore the idea of you being fucking obsessed with politics, and it's fucking stupid, right? But then they also make fun of you for being boring and not picking a side or anything, right? Like, they just go for everything. Shit works, some doesn't. Racist lorry driver, measurehead, Gary the crypto fascist, man.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice.
Right
We're
choice.
in. Do it, sire.
Jesus, let me scroll up for fuck's sakes. Yeah. And it's not like they even all have the exact same personality. They all kind of get into different shit. Like Rene is just super loyal. This guy's kind of got like a bit more of a fucking... I mean, like he flaunts it, and this guy's kind of, you know, how he handles it's very different from some of the other, just like, people are just like outright just racist or something, you know. That's interesting. Alright, man. Sweet dreams, dude. And yeah, give the game a try, man. It's good. Alright, the fastest death squad took a bullet. The mouth. Corpse car right again behind the other guys. Did you shoot him? Yeah, his hoodie's pretty casual. A beautiful strong man sent here by the Honorable Private Military Company. You know who I mean.
The worm there. In the monster armor you took from him. It is him, isn't it? An ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. The gun. The scent of blood in the air. But something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Communism killed him. Oh yeah, they did say that.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies.
Fascies.
Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die.
He's done his part.
I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Pair of binoculars I could have seen in the room.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
We're trying to bait him into telling us how he saw. Yeah, I'd like to see all the political vision quests. That would be fun. That would help kind of chit chat about stuff. Because, I mean, how I'm going to see the moral interns are going to be very different. Because I've seen the whole quest of theirs and how a lot of them operate. Which gives you good and bad things about them, right? But we don't get to see that as much in the other stuff. It'll be interesting. I'll have to look that up. Not going to be able to really do that for... I guess end of the game talk. But...
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. jumping hoops for
Meaning
the
he's been
liberals.
watching.
You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask
This is
them
a
to give you
real
weapons,
god.
eh?
Oh man, god.
Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
Yeah, he leans to the way he talks about things. He seems more like a communist, but yeah, I think he's just kind of fucking just doing his own fucking shit at the end of the day. That's kind of what I mentioned earlier. Like, I don't know if the ideology is as big a deal to him as is just fucking doing his own fucking thing. But who knows? For as interesting as ever it is, you really don't get a super deep dive into him. You just get he's pretty fucking pretty much a snake.
He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Dramatically ask, you think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
So it's not the Union guys? Yeah. But I think that's one of the interesting things about it is like, you know, the communists in this are like this group, right? But I mean, that doesn't mean that's the only kind of communist out there of sorts. So having the Union in a way kind of borrow some of that, or maybe not have like a really defined ideology but borrow from shit, I think is interesting too. For the final cut, yeah, final cut, I guess. Maybe. I really need to see the other Vision Quest.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little.
More. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what I meant that I did the moral intern thing. So how I view them is going to be a lot more defined. Where communism, they talk about it a lot, but you don't get. I haven't done like a full fucking focus class, right? Like the moral intern thing, they talk about, you know, the beauty of it a lot, but then it also has a very like power. You know, they're willing to fucking scoop people up and. Pretty much, like they said, put the stones down to adjust the flow of shit, some manipulators and stuff. So I mean, you know, you get like some different sides of it. It's interesting. Physically, what we got out of it? I don't think we got anything. Oh, we got some headphones. I give +2 Inland Empire and -1 something else I never used. Ultra level questing got paid. I didn't even know that I was picking something. I just fucking was like, hey, a quest, let's do it. The grind set mindset, dude, the Sigma grind set. Really what you get out of it is a lot of just lore. The ships, their thought process, chain of command stuff. How they react to the science fiction-y stuff. The pale thing in the church and all that. Which was the more interesting bit. Fun little ending. Yeah, the Sunday friend was funny because he was total bullshit. I got a really good kick out of that. He would never answer anything. Talked about how he had to go through 1,000 things. I'm here to help, but he never had. the pamphlets he was talking about. His was like the huge shit post, but yeah, I feel like Archer was a bit more of the actual define, or you know, I don't say the paradise, the dream version of what it'd be. But then it still had kind of a sinisterness to it too, so, depending on the ending. So yeah, exactly, a lot of fluff. But and then they also talk about how it could work, and some of it seems reasonable. That's the thing, is I feel like they dig into a lot of shit. Adopts the exact opposite political views of his sex as a way to cope. Yeah. Yeah, but which I think is cool. It gives a lot more depth to the game when they have the more in-your-face version versus the joke version, and you know, but they still act as just like characters too because their writing's decent. I mean, that's the thing too. It's like a lot of these, for me, it's like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's interesting digging into the political stuff, but I just like a lot of these. Them as just characters, just the dialogue and all that stuff. Despite all of the crap we're talking about, they still have some very consistently entertaining dialogue. It's neat. Guess we'll get into that more later. That's kind of changing the pace of the conversation, but
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here.
the Maybell.
Nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints.
He's gonna be like, what the fuck, we're just beating the shit out of ourselves.
Space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May.
I don't know, man. I just think that's one of the really cool parts of the game, is we can have all these discussions about the ideology stuff, but at the end of the day, like, what matters a lot to Harry is a lot more personal. The side quest covers so much other shit. The sheer amount of dialogue, and I feel like how they handle a lot of it is really well done. Like, they take a shit on a lot of stuff, but they also explore more than just the negatives. So I've enjoyed that.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles on islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
At the end of the day, I don't want to like over-focus on the political shit. It's been a lot more than just that. It's a huge part of the world building and how a lot of these people tick, but it's been interesting that it isn't just that. I've been pleasantly surprised by the amount of different topics they'll try to handle. They won't even like up front just say an opinion on a lot of stuff too. A lot of it's just kind of like nuanced. Like you can gather, you know, like that they're taking a shit on people who, you know, criticize maybe homosexuality by making fun of the main character for being obsessed with this guy just doing his own thing. I don't know, I guess I enjoy that more nuanced kind of writing where you kind of have to like not be a fucking brainlet about it to understand what they're trying to say. Like clearly in that, the homosexual underground thing, like Harry's like super in the wrong there. And like, it's pretty obvious that's like the whole fucking idea of the thing. Yeah, the mini Kappa. But like, for some people that's lost, man. It's just kind of sad. There's a lot of writing that just doesn't do that, and I think that's what I mean by just the general writing has been very entertaining. There has been a lot more really high notes lately. At the beginning, I was like, okay, it's mostly just funny, and just very, good baseline quality of dialogue. But since then, there's been some real big high notes, like the shootout and stuff that I got really into. Yeah, I think it's generally just how they handle that, like with that like nuance or with that kind of, I don't know, nihilism. The shit slinging is refreshing enough and written well enough that it stays. It's crazy that it stays entertaining for fucking what have I been on this for now, 80, 90 hours or something. So it's cool. I'm kind of blabbering around here. I don't have something really awesome for him, and I'm kind of dipping into that a little early. I'll probably have a little food and then we'll chit chat about it once the game's over, but yeah, that's an interesting part about Joyce though, is that she was very, despite everything, she was still secretive. And she had a way of words trying to like honey a lot of stuff. And it didn't come across as like evil, but like she still was very complacent in doing shitty things. I thought that like the not naming the boat thing was interesting, that she talks about romanticizing shit. She's kind of a stickler and boring at times. Or doesn't get it. Even though she says she does. Yeah, I think so too. Hey, later, Ivy. Sorry I'm streaming so late. I was hoping to be able to chit-chat with everybody about the end of the game and the whole thing, but I'm taking my time. I think just how they are, yeah, personality-wise. Like, they frame Joyce as very nice and very upfront, but under the surface, she's kind of like sneaky. Where Everard, they paint him as very shitty, but maybe he kind of cares. But then they kind of go back on that he is just an asshole. But it's interesting. I do like it. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like her little part is that she's kind of possibly a fucko, even if she doesn't know it. And Everett's little thing is that he might actually not be so bad. Like, they have these little bits to their personality that are eclipsed by all this other shit, and it's like totally yin-yang. So it's interesting. I could see people instantly just fully being in on Joyce. I mean, I don't like Everett, but when you really think about Joyce, I don't like a lot of what she does either. Yeah, she seems very selfish and hiding behind her romanticization of everything, and probably being very disconnected with the money and stuff. Yeah, which is cool. And that's why a lot of the time I'm kind of more neutral in this. It's her fascist death squad? Yeah, exactly. She's really good at talking her way around stuff to make it sound reasonable, but when you break it down and think about just the actions, right? She's not helping people. That is her death squad. She's hiding her true title from you, what she can do. She's using, even if in a nice way, pretending to be nice, she's using your missing, badge against you and all that stuff. And she's got everybody stopped there, on the highway and shit, right? I mean, she's flexing power. No matter how special she seems, she's still doing a lot of crappy shit. Yeah, talking about the pale. And I mean, that's interesting. She's not like super easy to define either. I mean, yeah, some of her talking about disco and her ultra liberal shit, I mean, she probably fully feels that way. But I think, maybe the corporate shit eclipses a lot of it. Yeah, for sure. Michael. Mikhail. I think hers is harder to figure out, right? She's not ugly. She's thin. She's a chick. Everart's a fucking fat, slimy, fucking Weasley voiced dude. Who's like very obviously like corrupt and shitty. And I'm not saying he's a good guy, but it's, you know, they kind of like pit you, right? I mean, I saved him for last, like he was some final boss, right? Like they kind of pit you against him, and we're make kind of Joyce look a bit more reasonable. And maybe she is, but yeah, to totally ignore everything she's done is pretty. You gotta not be really reading that deep into it, or just not giving a fuck because she seems nice. And they joke about that in the Everard dialogue. Because he's like, but she told me a nice story about the fucking insulin or whatever the fuck and all that crap, right? You know, like all these romanticized, you know, dreamy little things and shit. But like at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. I don't know. I think that's where I like the writing. That whole thing's cool too because they know just as the player you're just fucking exploring all the dialogue options and then they fuck with you. There's so many layers to it, man. Maybe I'm gassing the game up too much, but I just think that's cool, right? It's not just like a straight, you know, and true, like we're just focusing on this one thing. They're doing a lot of stuff at once, which is neat.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers.
Like this guy's not just a mouthpiece for some kind of ideological talk. He's interesting in his own way as a character, right? The empathy checks, you know, just personally how he's like fucking degraded over time and shit. Like he's not just like a fucking like that simple. I don't know. I feel like I play a lot of games and shit where they are that simple, so it's cool to actually have something a bit more depth to it.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
The pinball workshops.
Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
My ears don't reach the city. With the victim.
Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some
Show me the souls, please, Mr.
fucking imbecile.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sansariq, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
No, I don't think so.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
Well, there it is.
Got your attention. Now you stop eating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face.
Yes.
And his dick still in her.
No, I'm just thinking about all the characters. I mean, you even just get characters who are just like complete psychotic, just soldier type, right? Doesn't even matter the ideology. Oh, that's cool. Sheer amount of dialogue, it's impressive.
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's
Just
left
went
of
to
it
sleep,
anyway.
dude.
My last spring here.
Time to go to bed.
I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
It's funny because you could see how he views them, but we know our characters and that they've got a lot more going on. And I've thought about, like Kim's is super well rounded and thought about a whole lot of fucking shit. And it's always more complicated than it seems. But, he's just like, you're just a fucking fascist bastard. Oh, that's cool. I mean, you see that a lot nowadays too, so. Or in any time period. But.
Yes.
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
The
I don't
motive.
understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
I'm sure one of them will come out, wave to him, and tell him to come on back, man. We remember.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
How many people has he killed?
He
then?
will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw you. It will give him a chance to ramble.
"3 weeks ago, when the rich hack..."
You really can't trust suggestions, but I mean, there it's
Veronica
fine,
came
right?
in tow.
It's funny how often suggestion is wrong, though, and that they draw attention to that. It's kind of funny to.
Joyce.
Nice little punchline.
Means Joyce.
The rich hag.
Wrinkled up whore.
Good strong word.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt. Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes. Them fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
Awesome.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli.
Legendary.
To be broken off from the world, cordoned into darkness.
And I wanted to see his head explode.
I wanted her to see his head explode. I don't know
She
if
should
the
know
voice
better
acting
than to
said
hold
that.
a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
I do like as a murder mystery how it plays out too, right? Like, you get all these people saying they did something, all these people who could do something, right? And but at the end of the day, it's just a lot of opportunists using this murder to, you know, springboard their own plans, and other people reacting to that, and it's just some fucking dude out here. Some washed up old fucking communist guy out here did it. So in a cool way, it kind of obfuscates what's going on and leads you around a lot of possible theories and shit, which is cool. Maybe if I just ran through just the main story, it wouldn't seem as neat, but when you get all the world building in there, you're thinking a lot. Trying to see if some stuff's gonna link to other shit, and so it's neat there. No, we read a lot of murder mysteries. A lot of mysteries on this channel through VNs or other games or whatever the fuck. Watching shit in Discord. I'm all for things mixing it up. I think it's neat. It's one of those things, if you gotta have the end of it. Yeah, do we have to call Knox? Get the book, get the book. This. But if you just want that final big hit, I guess, you know, I want just the pure murder mystery, I want the big twist, then yeah, it might seem a little weak, but I think when you look back on the whole journey of it, it makes it very interesting because of all the possible things. I guess it's more interesting in a character way because of how they did all kind of opportunistically use the murder and how that made them seem guilty. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, it's not like fucking high god tier murder mystery on it just for the murder mystery part of it, but I think it really fits this game, right? I think having some kind of like fucking kingpin of crime, you know, fucking Moriarty hiding out back here with some kind of, you know, under some secret Black Ops orders or some shit, right? I mean, while that could have been exciting, it might have flavored the lean or whatever the fuck too much. This kind of just keeps it, I don't know, keeps you thinking about the whole picture, I guess.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
I don't know.
And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning behind the fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Because, I mean, they even say that, right? Like, Kim's like, oh, we had so many better leads and we went to all these things. And he's just like, oh, you know, I guess we'll check the island. And, yeah, it's just some fucking dude. I don't know. I think it's just interesting on reflection. Back to the whole story. Like, of course, just finding some dude here just giving up is not technically super exciting. But I feel like if you're very invested in the world and everything up to this point, it's neat.
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her smoking. She was nervous, but not scared. Her passport and ticket to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Semonine, hidden away at the edge of the earth.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
I even think how they just handle the sci-fi stuff is cool, right? Because they slowly, one sec here. Is this a real thing? Oh. Okay. Tax stuff. What was I saying? Yeah, I like how they handle some of the sci-fi stuff, right? Like, in the game seems very much just a, modern, slightly dystopia version of reality with some different names. But then as they add we're talking about yesterday, the magical realism, the sci-fi stuff, and some of the crazy, the pale, and I think they might have even soft confirmed like some of the inslids there, or maybe it was just fucking wacky shit. Some of the high tech stuff. I think they introduced slowly a lot of the big, interesting world building stuff late enough that it kind of feels like a surprise, and it makes it pretty exciting. They don't just throw it all out right away. Like, you don't even find out about the Pale for a super long time. That there's some kind of Pale thing here. The giant airships that, like, Morals have and shit. Like, it's all very late. I like the pacing, that I guess, that they reveal some of that stuff. Once again, that's just, like, another aspect of the game, right? Like, it's just... it's not just politics. There's all sorts of shit that they get into, which is very neat. The norm, so it's always love in the end is about sex, femme fatale sex, yeah. For sure.
This implies that he's...
Yeah, I don't think it's trying to, like, break new ground in terms of, like, murder mystery stuff. I think it's just an exciting or interesting, vehicle for all of this other stuff they want to tell you about and still keep you interested, right? Like, you can always come back to, like, murder mystery, like, well, what they're trying to do, their goal here.
Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
You didn't say Clausia in there.
Of course not.
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo. Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers. I did.
I'm not going to
She had a
Villiers.
face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Of course.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Oh, I'm already back.
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening
Classy.
in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Yeah, god damn it. Communism and love. It was love that killed him that day.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick
Some
glance
kinky
at
shit.
you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
Have we seen him? Like, we've seen, like, people just standing around doing shit, but it'd be kind of cute if you could see him around. He's just one of the people that just didn't say anything in particular. Like, you couldn't actually, like, start a conversation with
You
him.
had to open the steel door in the kitchen?
Guess not, though.
How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks. See you
Literally.
tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air.
Damn game merchants. Good. Close down, you pinball bastards. Pinball's a sin. Saw through here, so did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation. No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
Channel 8.
You stare at them too. It's no good, Harry. The old man raised a bitter taste on his tongue.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Even this is interesting, right? Like he's talking, he's got this huge thing about the communism and the politics, and then it'll break it down to a lot of it's just more primal emotion shit, right? It's the chick. I mean, of course, it's fueled by everything up to this point and his stances on shit, but they dig into it a lot more. Right? He's having like a whole thing here. We're learning how he works in a lot more ways than just how much of like a zealot he is. Others.
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes, the day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. Maybe, I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence,
Right.
the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that classier? I haven't seen her there for days. I know she's gone. Locked up, or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort. Like she knew.
Like she did.
Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Across the harbor, on the south bank of the river Esperance, the air stands still outside.
Is this where we get to see her
57,
get
a
fucking turned
two-story
into
box of
paste?
Duraluminium near the gates to Terminal H. Inside a cell, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol, all at once,
Rough.
while two men in brown suits wave ICP badges at a young policeman. She hears the door open and knows it's over. They've come for her. Outside, it's springtime. The river flows blue and green into the Bay of Martinique.
Turn you into fucking Soylent Green, man.
There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, two police officers and one special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated
Look what you
by the
did.
Commune, then
Turn her to
lost on
dust,
the
dude.
landing.
She broke the law. The law. I am the law. I am the law.
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind
Vic
that
Mayer. Which one was
anti-aircraft
Vic Mayer? Did we meet Vic
That's
Mayer?
why we can't see him.
I don't remember their names. There's the guy that looked like Hans Gruber that was one of Harry's old partners, but I don't remember his name.
Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers. Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to
a lot of fucking racists, for sure.
In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Yeah, it's funny because he's used a lot of derogatory stuff. The irony is pretty good here.
Yes, the fly larva in his container.
Mr.
He let
Clare.
some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
Is the king of the racists in this game still fucking Motorhead? That's not his name. I keep saying Motorhead because it's like a band or something. I don't think anybody reaches the enlightened level of racism as that guy. The Lori dude was just a fucking raw, just shitty racist. I guess Gary was really bad, but there was something about fucking Motorhead, dude. He was fucking full insane. There's so much dialogue with him too. It's hilarious how fucking much of a shitty racist he was. Lorry Driver is a lot more like surface level, just nasty about it, right? But I feel like Measurehead is more racist just from the sheer amount of fucking effort and thought put into it. Categorically going through all these different races, having them like ranked up in different ways and why and all that. Like the other guy's just a piece of shit. Just dumbass, right? Measurehead is fucking full on like like putting in work to be racist. I might have gotten it. That was like, I mean, at this point, what, 70, 80 hours ago? Measurehead was one of the first things we did, so. Yeah, he's like a really stupid, shitty racist. And Measurehead, I don't even know if Measurehead's smart. He just, I mean, obviously he's like wrong, right? He's still a piece of shit, but he just has, he's thought about it more. The lorry driver is like extra stupid though, yeah. And I mean, that's the thing, is you can intimidate the lorry driver and, you know, he cracks easy enough. He's just a fucking idiot. Oh, yeah. No, I got that dialogue. I remember that. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a cool... I think those little moments are what make a lot of these characters neat, right? Like, despite everything he said, he'll still be, like, hypocritical or contradict his own shit sometimes. It's less hateful. Yeah. I don't know. I think it just depends on how you view it. To me, somebody going that hard into analyzing race and being racist seems worse than somebody who's just, like, emotionally supercharged. But I could see it on the other side, too, right? The lorry driver's just a huge shitbag. But he's also stupid. So I don't know. Aesthetics with no logic, yeah. I think in terms of the game writing, fucking Measurehead was hilarious though. Yeah, I guess when you put it like that, it does make him seem less racist because the other guy's just outright nasty. The only thing, like I said, is the amount of effort he's put into it is like that's his whole thing, right? His identity. The lorry driver is a fucking asshole, but he probably goes home and just does whatever. Measurehead seems like he is racism. Despite, yeah, not being as... His hatred isn't as deep, but his his lake is very, very wide, man. He's thought way too much about it. Yeah, I can see it either way, but they're both bullshit. I mean, Gary, I guess, is the low-key... Gary's the most forgiving, but he's like the most just in your face racist when he gets down to it. No, I guess the lorry driver is, and Measurehead is. I guess Gary's the least racist, but he's still pretty fucking racist. You can point out that his head is imperfect too. That's pretty good. Yeah, I love. That's what I like about the writing, right? It's like they don't have to tell you the joke. The joke is just kind of happening the whole time, and it should be obvious with the context, right? Like, despite having all of that dialogue about all of that, you're still supposed to be. They're still taking the piss out of Measurehead and racism, right? Like, just because they wrote like a fucking 50 pages of fucking racist dialogue for Measurehead doesn't mean that for some reason, they're like leaning into racism being okay, right? Like, I mean, that's kind of what I mean. Is like for some reason, some of that kind of stuff is lost, I think, on people. But I also just really enjoy that brand of humor. I was gonna get into this later, but the game's sense of humor is like definitely up my alley. I think that's kind of been a huge part of why I enjoy it as much. I think I like shit talk. I like the dark humor, that kind of stuff. I don't mind the more shocking types of things, right? It doesn't bother me, so I've really enjoyed all that. I think that's probably the biggest thing for me, is I've actually thought the game was just very funny in general. And I know that's a very, like, surface level thing to say that's, like, your favorite part of the game, but I do think it's just been funny, man. Like, it's had some other great moments, too, but it's consistently just funny and entertaining. Even when it's just kind of doing critiques. Like, the books, right? Like, I thought the fucking Heimdall books were fucking hilarious. The Dick Mullen book, how it's just taking a dump on, like, pulpy fucking, like, yeah, like, mystery fucking books and shit. Ugh. I just got a kick out of it, man. Right, this conversation's still going, so I'm gonna go grab... Tom's up here, man. My snack over there. Chicken and biscuit. Crackers, man. We'll just keep rolling. I got a drink at least.
Intense, like animals. Like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our
Renee is the worst.
The old loyalist ghouls still parade.
I think that's a really cool part about this guy too, is that, you know, for a finale, they could just have him be kind of removed from a lot of what happened. Like he just, you know, I guess the concept of it's cool. He's been watching all of these people this entire time, right? Analyzing them, thinking about them. So in a way, it's kind of like bringing it all together in a funky way, right? Because he's kind of remarking on everybody and thinking about it all and stuff. I think that's pretty cool. Just because he has like a scope, right? It's a cool way to make you think back through all the side content and the journey, I guess, in a small way. Because he could have just been a guy who just happened to be there, who was an asshole, and then he just killed somebody. But since he's been watching the whole time, they can, you know, he sniped them. They can kind of turn that into reflecting on the story a bit more.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their
I'm at the end of a 90-hour playthrough. I'm going to talk plenty. Probably won't start Pokemon tonight. It's probably going to be tomorrow when I get up. I think we still got a chunk left of this, I imagine, and then probably talk for a bit. Although part of me doesn't want to break into it too much just because we've already talked so much, but I would still like to wrap up the game. Yeah, I didn't think that this would go for so long. It's been fine. At the beginning I was being a little impatient, but I figured once we got back in the story it'd be fine, which it has been good.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old
like how he just starts rambling into these deranged fucking totally just poorly thought out fucking attacks on shit.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco
Not
whores
disco.
are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Every fucking morning for 34 years.
34 years.
Ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game.
He's so petty
That
too,
is
man.
not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June.
He loves listening to the radio though, right? I'm sure those are all shit, but he's always listening, man.
Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A patank maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from Lanos. Not him personally, his making
His
model.
make and model.
There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one, that one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
Mr. Dross.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in
The
my
bonbon,
mouth.
dude.
Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, René. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one.
Sorry, dude, he's dead. Are we gonna break it to him?
Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
You're gonna him to stabilize him.
Yes, of course. Must be passing a kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred.
Probably.
The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
About that Renee.
Horse.
Horse. He hates disco that much. I like that they kept this one short just because our guy was a disco dude. He's just so bad, right? He hates it so much he barely will say anything. Fucking disco.
Syphilis is a disease Philip the Third
Horse.
contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination. The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the Insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years.
Not fully there.
We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
I mean it ironically. Cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version
That's
of it.
right. Some advertising
I
cockroaches.
mean, that's why
erected a
that's the actual
cynical
reason.
deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working class plastic explosives.
Honest working class
There it is
plastic
again.
explosives. It's a working class bomb.
Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard
Kill
labor
all
in
artists.
Yekokata.
Wait, it suddenly strikes you. Perhaps it was not as it seemed.
What are you talking about? What is this madness?
The lieutenant, too, has cocked his head and is looking at you with a strange expression.
So you're saying it's a communist monument now?
Not only.
The place to be. The design bureau people are probably laughing at it. Maybe it's too far-fetched. Yes.
Maybe you're right. That is how dialectics work. But understand this. Art
No,
is
of
still
course.
a bourgeois institution.
I was just trying to throw him off there by saying, hey, this art's working for you. So, do you like art now?
And they all should still be sent to Yekokata.
Yekokata. Of course, straight to the Yekokata.
Mm-hmm. Straight to the open pit mine, or cleaning up radiation in Severnaya Zemlya.
Yes. Well?
The smallest doubt takes root in him. Perhaps this cop is... No, it can't be. This has helped your standing in his eyes.
We're just supposed to be bullshitting him? I like bullshitting, but I couldn't tell how much we're supposed to play seriously.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it too. Shared with the law.
Accusations of corruption. Push them aside with a sharp change of topic, officer. Put the heat on him.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the union's top brass.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation.
Not his brother.
The smart one. That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person
Sweet
for such
pop talk.
animosity to have developed.
You can't live alone.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in
Oh, is Edgar fucking 20D chess in this though? Did they fucking gaslight this guy just enough to want to kill somebody to use it? I mean, they were sure as hell ready, but I don't know. That seems maybe a little far-fetched, but maybe a hopeful outcome.
Of course, maybe the Clears asked him to.
But he seems like he doesn't like the Claire, so...
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him.
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
Even if he used them in a hateful way, if the guy did it because of him still...
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left, wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago, neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought. Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists.
Of
Even the
course.
Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
You know why I killed that fucker, Duat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
But why did you...
Okay?
What did
What
you
have
do
you
for it?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. we parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
Can I walk away yet?
The connection comes to you like a splash.
I'll be able to save, man. It's been like fucking 10,000 years here. Okay, I'm gonna try to do that then here. I mean, I'm almost worried the game's gonna crash soon. This has been a very long conversation.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation and money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker. She was, and she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work. Called in, they say, on the eve of battle, ran away, vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it.
Did he kill her?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not. She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Because she was dead.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung.
Rotovac's
Fell
useful
into the canal,
sometimes.
grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins. Someone shot her, or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment.
The
We could
big
even
play.
extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit.
Goat shit.
No, thank
How we doing
you.
though, Redless?
I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have.
I saw it happen and I
I didn't
liked it.
live and fight for 40 years.
Cavity?
to end up as a
Yeah, you and me both, brother.
collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night.
I'm probably got some, I imagine, as well. Sometimes my teeth feel a way they probably shouldn't. And I feel fine overall, but hopefully it's not a big deal. Are you gonna go get it checked out? Or are you just gonna let it roll?
Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Yes, where is he? I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis or kidney stones.
Oh my God, he's even worried for him.
No, I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
You were watching him for a long time. It's been a long time since I've been to one. I used to be under a family insurance plan, so I went all the time, but I haven't had that since. I just have a general insurance plan now for myself. Does not come with dental. I don't pay for the dental, so. But I've also not been as good with my teeth. Still good, but not as good as I should have been this last year or two. And I feel some stuff, man. I feel like, and some of my, I think, feelings, like on my front tooth here, I think are kind of going. So it's been long enough. Yeah, I should go, but it's just gonna be pricey. I'm sure, because I don't have dental. So I've been putting it off. I just want to put it off to the point where my teeth start, they're like in pain or something, and they can't be fixed. They look great. They feel fine, but there's some weird spots, man. Occasionally. Anyways, talking about me. Hopefully find a good dentist. Do you have insurance for it, or are you just gonna pay it up front if you have to pay him?
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
Oh yeah,
He reminded him of
that's so
himself.
good.
The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else.
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. And now, God damn this world. Fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the
Feeling cheaper than a root canal plus crown.
fucked.
You're right. Yeah, I need to go get seen. One of my problems with my teeth that maybe I have a weird feeling with is I will sometimes bite down on my teeth without thinking about it, left and right, or just bite down hard just to kind of like do it. There's like it feels kind of satisfying. I don't know. I probably do when I'm asleep. That probably doesn't help. But yeah, I should go. I need to. I've been talking about it for fucking months. I'll do it, I'm sure. I have been deciding that I'm gonna stop drinking soda as much, though, and Coke especially, as much as I like it. And maybe I'll have one occasionally, but I mean, I still gotta end up drinking probably sugary shit, but maybe less acidic stuff that's empty calories. Just wean off it a little bit. Wouldn't be a bad call.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure an idea told to him by grown-ups from radio towers and leaflets in beautiful print when he was still a teenager. Everything is possible if we fight. And then he lost it. So did they all.
Glad we talked about what? I ain't going.
The super fucking composure check, man. Wonder if he walked up with Renee's clothes on, what he would do. Just take a fucking dump. Sure, there's some dialogue for it. 70. Didn't we find fuel for the generator? Why is that not? So where's this fucking armor piece, man? Is that like actually around here somewhere? I mean, I assume I missed it at this point. You guys know, I don't mind knowing. Oh, is it? No, that's his this thing like hidden away somewhere. I mean, I figured it had to be out here at this point, but I mean, we're not gonna get that much use out of it. Very end game. Jesus. The last piece of the pie, huh? Fucking hell, how much we got left? That's what I figured after this conversation might just end. We'll
The
see.
old man stares
I need to get
despondently at the logs. It's like
I need to get more composure. Sadly, my composure level's only 2, so... Yeah, he kicked it to the sea, but I figured it, I mean, the net lady could have got it, because that's what she does. It could have been underground, because it washed up through some pipes. You know, there's all sorts of... possibilities I figured might happen. Like, who knows, full of shit. Yeah, for sure. The possibility is still coming. I mean, I guess that's there to see, man. A barding? Is it a funny barding at least? How about something cool, man? Goddamn fucking barding! Composure, composure, composure. Oh, minus composure. The bow tie. Post Moogle barding. I guess it looked alright. I'll grab it, of course. I haven't even done the whole post Moogle quest line. I should, but
the old man stares despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten. For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life, he's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort, prone to
we've seen everything up to this point. Well, let's just see this one too. Fuck it, right? I mean, might as well. For fuck's sakes. I don't really care that much. Maybe there's a way to boost it. Maybe I can go back in his room and look around. I don't fucking know. Let's just see it. Let's fucking reload it. Like I said, we're just gonna roll this the whole night anyway, so let's soak it all in. I'm surprised I have 42%. It's more than I thought I'd have. I wish I could spend my levels, man, on composure. I really do. I think at the end of the day, 1 physique, 2 motorics, or just 2 physique, 2 motoric. 5 intellect would have been fine, and just boosted him, but just so I could level up the motorics a bit more. But I mean, it's worked out. I mean, yeah, I gotta save them a little bit. Whoa, I have a lot of level ups right now, dude. Maybe we should have done some of this earlier. Just for fun, right? Could have got more dialogue, probably. We'll leave the rest just in case. I think we just got a shitload of XP here because we're wrapping up so many things. And there's probably not that much left to need XP on. Now the problem is the caps. Caps on Motor X. It's not the starting level for me, it's more that
The old
I can't
man
raise them
stares
any higher.
despondently for a
Squeaking noise, man. What is that? Hate having to scum one of these at the end, but I'm in a soak every line of dialogue mode up right now, I guess.
The old man stares despondently. For a 60-year-old
Fucking
man,
Christ's sakes. It's a 42%, not a 2%. Some mercy, dude. Don't care that much about seeing into this guy's fucking life, but I'd rather see it than not. Whatever, it's not like we got anything else going on tonight, we're just chilling, so. Although I'd rather see the game than to see the fucking loading screen, man. I think what I'll do after this is probably watch a speed run. Maybe look into some of the other vision quests. And then maybe just look around for some general opinions and stuff. Yeah, that's probably good. Maybe go way around out the night. Just like looking in a lot of these once we're done with them. Speedrun would only be interesting to see the route they take and how the dialogue kind of pans out. I mean, they skip most of it, but you could probably speed read some of it.
the old man stares despondently for a 60.
My fucking Jesus. This has been the worst one. 42% chance. That's been like 5 reloads. Luck that's striking, man. We had a lot of luck earlier. We didn't have any issues with the oh, I've got this art book to look at too. Didn't have any issues with the whole shootout or nothing, man. But this fucking bit right here, dude, that I'm not that invested in.
stares despondently at the logs. For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble,
Is this just impossible, man?
he's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort.
Like, fucking hell, man. Yeah, I mean, it's 42%. I figured it would just stay at 3 if it was. God damn. My brother just wants to see the fucking dialogue at this point, man. This is the most save scumming I think we've had to do all game. I don't think I'm researching any thoughts right now, so there shouldn't be any auto fails. That's what you mean. I stopped researching thoughts after the underground and the poetry pale one. Let me double check though, just in case. I think I'm just a lucklet.
The old man stares despondently at. What strikes you about this gaunt man is
Finally.
not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the
It's probably gonna be like
malnutrition.
nothing, just a
For
little
man who
flavor.
spent 44 years
Yeah, just a
living in the
lucklet,
urban
dude.
wild. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas.
Animated.
Above all, he seems animated. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut
The
off
drugs, the
as he
pale.
just stares at the
Just
logs or the
excited
weeds.
since we're
He
here.
also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even. Not senile, perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way.
Forced on him.
In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again, erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. His lip curls into a snap.
Glad we talked
Disco
about
was. I think that's it, man. I think we're arresting him. Well, we already got a good idea that he had some kind of disorder, so that wasn't that informative, but I mean, I guess it dug into it a bit. Let's do it right, man. Put on some big boy clothes. Boom, baby. I'm the boss. I'm the fucking boss. I'm the boss. Please, I'm the boss. I'm the law. Any thoughts, Kim, in private?
Yes?
I always thought that there would be more talking to Kim in private stuff, but I guess he just chimes in. This isn't full fall. Do we arrest him in full fall for the memes? I'm a fallen fucking icon, dude. Him in the fucking, oh man, arresting him in the carabiner jacket would be pretty fucking hardcore. I got a bow tie. It's classy enough.
The old man
I just want to be ready for
stares
some chat.
despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there.
My name,
There.
The commune of...
from the island.
51 minus 8 equals.
40. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spot. There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
I feel like we're good. The future. Did I miss something in any of these, or they had a very long conversation? So I might have left one of these and came back. I don't think I left any of them set though. I think we're good. The only one I left set for a bit was the Renee thing.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around
I
you.
don't think we
Little
said.
shivers of waves appear.
Did we
The
say that would
return
happen?
continues, like an incantation.
Oh, we said we could if he gave up.
Your
and we-
Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Oh my god, I don't have the fucking perception gear on.
There it is again, to your north, as it has been
The
since you came
gods.
to the coast.
Or my
The
god,
reeds whisper,
Dolores Day.
stalks rub
Or the
against
Cold
each other,
Mama Duck.
But then, in the middle of it,
Whoever I bow down to. Don't have to reload it.
something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
This is fucking fast, man. What the fuck is this?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the
Isn't it
reeds,
Elysium
limb by
fast,
limb,
man?
to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
You just miss this if you don't do the perception check.
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
I finally got insane.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reed.
I can see it.
You can see it.
4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see, then
Thank God, dude. Thank God.
But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence.
You always see
Its
it?
limbs long
Interesting.
and slender.
It's just there for shits.
Be very, very careful.
I love how the phasm is real, dude. It was in the plot synopsis, yeah. That's very interesting. It's kind of neat, man, because I was talking about how it was cool that they kind of, like, shat on the idea of it, and they were kind of taking a dump on the people, like Bigfoot type of people. But then, because that's more of the nihilistic way of viewing it. But if they ever actually showed it later, then it would be kind of sort of this like uplifting, you know, follow your dreams kind of thing. So it's kind of cute that as they introduce more sci-fi shit, the Insolid Phasma would actually be here. We'll see if they're gonna push a message for it. But because I mean, they were destroyed, and I thought that was an interesting way to take it, and not as stereotypical or as tropey. But I think they built it up at this point to be kind of. It's cool. I'll just say that.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair. White.
So that's what that fucking squeaky noise was that whole fucking time, dude.
More than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. You. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss.
You have one shot
like
left in your camera.
Machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Take a picture.
The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else.
Nice hiss.
In a lower pitch.
Am I getting a fucking MRE fucking the reference in the chat right now, dude? Nice hiss. Get my fucking 800-year-old cigarettes out or whatever. Something else on lower pitch. Listen carefully.
You smell.
The shave brings you down. Your corpse will be marked by stars of miracle way out in the west.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant
I'll do the
holds
camera,
a piece
dude.
of milled aluminium.
Get out of here,
He
Godo.
begins to pull it open.
You're gonna spoil
extremely
yourself.
carefully. It's the camera.
I didn't expect this to go for as long as it did. So Pokemon will probably be tomorrow. But get out of here. We gotta save it for your playthrough. Follow Godo, because he's gonna stream it someday too.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the phasmid turn to him. Its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions
The
are quick,
pheromone, dude.
sudden.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae taking their measure of the air.
I was like, don't 3% me.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head.
I hope he takes the photo still though, but I don't want to scare it off.
Like laughter, a sort of happiness. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Maybe it is real, the pheromone.
About now, he is ready to believe in anything.
No shit.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed
I'd be
heads.
fucking believing
They
anything
rustle
too
as
if I
the
saw
air
pretty much fucking was
The ventricles
Bigfoot roll
at
out.
its abdomen continue expanding like lunglets, breathing you in. Your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some
Suck
kind
it,
of...
kid.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like
The
burnt
Inland
caramel,
Empire
as the insect moves its mouth.
did not
parts.
give up on the
Masticated.
phasmid nose of
The little bubbles begin to
parthenogenesis.
burst.
I hate it.
Oh, Jesus.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Wonder Bar.
Then I will tell you what it's like for me. Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded
This is the same
upon,
voice actor as the Shivers chick, isn't it?
dim, moist.
What a tarnation. I've had too much 8% beer tonight.
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth,
The fuck is happening to me right now?
I certainly do not have a soul.
Hey, thank you,
And if
Hippo,
I
for
did, It will
watching.
never ache.
There's a secret reward, I guess. I seem to thank everybody who does it, even though it's supposed to be rewardless. But still, thank you. The special. Oh, an incredibly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your foregrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation.
So if you just didn't even do the Phasmid side quest, like, this would have so much less weight. I mean, on its own, it's like, you know, if you can even nail the checks, I mean, I'm sure there's some internal reflection he's doing here, but it would just be so fucking random, man. You just busted through
Even
it.
when you're
I mean, you
asleep,
probably still fail everything,
and
so
when
maybe it
you
wouldn't
wake,
matter.
you carry it around on your
I'm more
neck,
invested.
with eyes open that cannot help but
Can you
swallow
talk to me to
more
get the
behind
pheromone
you.
spray? Okay.
I feel great, mute empathy for you.
Keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when a vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Detective. Arriving. On the scene.
The fucking super fucking... The heel.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Also that. The killer is born to detect you.
I can also detect pheromones. The ones on you tell me that you will not eat me, and that I will benefit from your closeness. In short, I love you. So am I. Yes. No one detected me for such a long, long time. For thousands of years. I dithered, out of sight. Trapped myself in greenery.
This is my masterpiece.
No one believed I
exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping of blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years. No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Gotta ask the big questions, the meaning of life and all of that.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf,
You could
can
also
put it in
eat
your
it.
mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Yum yum. Nice.
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last
Not even birds know,
350
dude.
years, I have
But they
hidden
see
in plain
everything.
sight,
How could they not know
masquerading as
the
a maid,
origins of
haunting,
existence
calming myself,
and all of life's
unfolding
mysteries?
at night to play with trash bins and boys. No one unnoticed by the first settlers.
Okay, so when
and the
they did
land
mention
surveyors
her
of the
documents
Cecilin.
leaving the buoy,
Also, by the
that was a
soldiers of the
confirmed
revolution
of
and
the
officials
phasmid.
of the
I'm glad we
occupation.
caught that.
Even the Sammarinese Islanders
Because it mentioned the
came to the
spindly
first,
arms fucking
but
with
did not
the
stay.
buoy, but it could have
Had
just
not
meant
seen me.
reeds, right? Or some other... Because it shivers, right? So it's like always trying to be kind of artsy about it. But I guess that's what this meant. I wanted to believe, man, in the phasmid, dude. I want to believe. Yeah, that's what it was. It was that scene. I thought that was just like a cute Easter egg. I didn't expect the full fucking phasmid explosion here.
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in
Yeah,
Ricochet,
that's
district
interesting.
of Martinez.
And it's funny because that's
March
kind of some of that
18.
stuff, like the sniper thing, just hides pretty much amongst the trees, right? Because there's so much filler shiver stuff. It's interesting, but so much of it is truly meaningless when it comes to the case, right? It's just world building that when you see something like that that isn't, you might not catch it. One big spoiler? Yeah, pretty much.
No. You are the miracle.
It was you, coming from the west, from the whirling. You were coming.
The moral of our encounter is I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all engulfing.
Never airs once.
Thylasemia
Yeah, it's all about
madness,
descriptions, right?
ominously new to
The question is whether you can believe they're real or not because of how supernatural it is. But you kind of have to start believing in them if they start panning out like this, right? Volition makes mistakes, right? They made one mistake recently, didn't it? What was it? In the dream, yeah. It does never let you down otherwise, though. There's a good reason it lets you down in that one, I suppose. Your extreme all-engulfing madness. It's so fucking crazy. It was descended.
The pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The
Yeah,
radiant
volitions.
symmetrics do not.
It's up
There
there.
is an
Yeah, shivers for
almost
sure, I
unanimous
guess.
agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't appear. Does I wonder if everybody else appears. That'd be kind of neat to see in certain scenes if certain shit appears or not. It's a nice touch. 'Cause yeah, it is about the city. Synodines do not, the radially symmetricals do not. There's an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. The pale is human made.
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it
That's
are
what it is,
free.
but doesn't. Okay.
Give me enough time.
I guess
to
the stuff
wipe
that
us all
truly
out
doesn't make
and
sense to
replace
pop
us
up.
with nothing. Just by accident. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Nice.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day?
Blink, quick. I'll try not to blink.
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation. So, it is already happening. One day, one of you will close your eyes and sign, and open them to see that none of them
Am I having a violent
existed.
epileptic seizure?
No.
It was you.
Let me see the rest of this.
The pale too came with you. You're a violent. Voices.
Instead of air, you
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Always. So it is already happening. Soon,
This is the
one
same
of you.
thing.
No.
It was you.
The moral. The pale too.
What if I say I won't blink?
No one remembers it before you. And it is a nerve. You're a violent. Voices back.
Instead of air,
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror.
The nerve
What if you
mirror.
blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink.
So are we getting into like
This plays us all one day.
perception, like quantum shit, like being able to see something or perceive something, having it exist or some shit, or whatever. Maybe that's not quantum exactly, but played too much of another game with that in it. Interesting. I don't know if that's exactly what they're talking about here. A lot more about thoughts and stuff. Pale being exhaled thoughts is interesting. Seems to contradict being able to hear future Kim through the pale. Yeah. There's a lot going on. That's quite a bit to digest. And then this thing being afraid about our guy even not taking in perceiving something as it not existing is kind of, I don't know if it's just exaggerating or if that's more real, but we'll see.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sign, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
It doesn't look like that, no. You're just staring at it.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
I love that this is like a huge, this feels like a huge joke to me, right? Because like, of course, like in the middle of all of this crazy shit, he's having the vision and stuff. Kim really wouldn't care about the case at this moment, right? But it's funny he'd say it because he's been saying it the whole fucking game, right?
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
That was funny. I thought that was, I don't know if it was meant to be truly a joke. I think it was. I mean, him bringing up the case now when we're pretty much done with the case and this shit's happening. Kind of a
No.
shit post.
There is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For freedom. She was hell on Earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
She was hell on Earth. It was her fault.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe. Suddenly, there is silence. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving, praying to you. The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword.
Okay, weird.
The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the
Okay, I was like, it's just gonna like fucking
hypnotized
disappear.
by the
That's it.
flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
Don't lose that shit, him. I like how the other guys like. Do you guys remember communism? Does anybody remember?
Immortalized for all time. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. A small shudder passes the creature's arm. There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming brightness of the signal. The invertebrate is regaining control. The stimulus overloaded it. It's passing like an extended moment or a gallstone.
Countdown. The whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, it is surprisingly delicate. The curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays
Lick your
frozen.
finger. This seems like a bad idea. Should I lick my finger, guys? I don't have to like redo all this dialogue if I just fucking die from poison death or something. Somebody who knows the game, please. Thank you, Silent. He'd want me to suffer. I assume it's fine.
It tastes like sugar,
Okay.
very faint.
How did you
The
look
arthropod towers
about
above
a
you.
bunch of this?
Tufts of reeds pointed from
Yes, you did read the synopsis. I don't know if it came with the details.
odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Okay. I'm surprised you fucking...
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left
I guess
off.
they didn't want to just like
in a
kill you
swaying,
randomly. That would be
praying
kind of silly.
motion. Even the small black pearls of its eye. No reply. A total. The invertebrate stops. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Later. Hey, a bird just kind of stuck over there.
And just like that, it's gone. skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone. Apparently, yes. Like a water strider.
Like I was still
Only
whispering. Let's go.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
The suspect? Who? Hello? Oh, yeah. The suspect. Murder. The rifle
Brother,
scope, the
You've
helmet.
managed to collect all the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
Oh shit. My collector's impulse has been satisfied.
Indeed, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
Evidence. Thanks. The world convened Deus Ex Machina and all that to give us what we need to knock the case out of the park, man. To solve the case perfectly. Yeah, I imagine when I was asking about it a lot, it was probably kind of bizarre to try to talk about it. I appreciate you guys. So he threw this out.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses.
Is there a message
She looks
here
boyish, young
about...
somehow.
Well, they still found this guy and solved it on their own, but at the end of the day, pretty much an act of God had to give them the evidence they needed. You could say something about competency and hopelessness here, but I don't know. I don't think they're going for anything.
An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual...
It's just like, okay, you sensed it a long time ago. I like how they confirmed it there. Like, if you didn't catch it, they like tell you it happened with the same descriptors and everything.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
It would be.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Well, it's clearly influenced by our guy.
Curious octopus would do something similar. Or even a cuttlefish.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name. Where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept on lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now. Another detective.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now. I don't know. But it was not Katarzyna Alazie.
I hope she
or
got
Anouk
turned to
Meyer-Smith
fucking
or
paste,
Classier.
man.
Whoever she is, when we get back, I need to warn our holding cells. We need to double the security around her.
We're not gonna tell him that thought we had, man. He's done. Must have been some fucking hyper high profile fucking spy, man. Where is it, dude? Half-Light. Jesus. We put it all. Oh wait, I have it all on right now. Why is this here? Find the fuel for the generator. We found it, but it's still here. Is that a bug? Please don't tell me there's a trophy for doing all of the fucking... That'd be so fucked if there's one for doing all of the fucking stuff, man. $11 honor points. How the fuck do you even do that, man? I thought I was like Mr. Cool, but maybe there's a bunch of other... There must be a bunch of weird ways to do that. That must be all of them. Hardcore mode. Because I feel like I've been trying to be the saint. But I'm at 6 honor points. Alright, well, whatever the fuck this is.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go. See.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets.
I hope he's not so far gone he's no use to us, but we have evidence, I suppose.
With fear and longing. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Okay. Yeah, because I didn't see it go up in a lot of situations where I was doing something nice, but it's more like cop honor or something. Declining bribes, choosing rigid dollar. Okay, I gotcha. It's just bullshit. I'm sure they haven't. I mean, I think they've had a jab at the idea of honor. I think when they introduced it with authority, meaningless honor, right? Points, just rack them up. Just for your own fucking pride or whatever the fuck.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse. It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
I love that Kim slowly is just like fucking, you know, even though he's Mr. Rational, Logical, Professional, it's like, in the face of that, right? He's just like, whatever, dude, yeah, maybe you hear things in your mind and this thing's got psychoactive aura about it that's fucking with our guy. Because why not? I guess that is the rational thing to think, right? When everything you believe is kind of fucked, just gotta roll with it.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here.
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reed? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for
I think
us.
it's a little advanced for most stations.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report.
Oh, they're gonna lose the
Thank
fucking
God we
phone.
have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
Please take a fucking photo. Is fucking faking photos a thing yet?
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should. Nothing. Just dull staring.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or...
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on
The spirits.
the... He hears us. The spirit?
No reply.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched, and his
This guy's
mouth...
had quite the life, though, man. On top of just being out here sulking in his own shit, he's getting like fucking mind hacked, almost by a fucking Bigfoot, essentially.
The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Really? Okay. The return. That's funny, man. I like that they even make a joke about how the helmet missed the big fucking the big battle and all that. Maybe I'll make a quesadilla. Did use my chicken. That was interesting. They threw some big surprise pizzazz in there at the end, I suppose, huh? What it means in terms of the pale and other big meta questions about even just our guys' capabilities here. If that thing was talking more in general terms, or if our guy specifically is some kind of miracle actually has like powers, I have no idea. Something I'm sure we'll have to read into. They like to kind of just dabble in a lot of that. Yeah, I think it does. I think it reaffirms that we are in kind of a magical realism sort of world. I think it's kind of a hopeful thing at the end. It even kind of talks to you personally. Probably gives you a little hope there. Move on and all that shit. It's kind of a cute way to... I don't know. You could relate a bunch of shit there. There's still some magic out there, some beauty, that kind of thing, right? Instead of, the contrast between it and everything. It's a cool deal. And yeah, the mood change. Because they could have just ended it with that guy and it would have ended up on a solemn, Like I said, we reflected back on how everybody was opportunistic about the death he caused and stuff, and how he's kind of, it was kind of simple at the end of the day, but you kind of got the best of both worlds, I suppose. It definitely sets in stone that the world has a lot more crazy shit going on than just the Pale, right? Like, the Pale already made you question a lot of stuff, but then that there's like fucking there's Phasma rolling around and shit.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
We are done here.
Kind of solidifies a lot of the world building.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet, but for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. Two men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm.
This kind of thing's always interesting. What they've been through, what they found, what just happened, right? So how do you like express those kinds of feelings with accuracy to the people that clearly are gonna not know what's going on? They're gonna be probably pissed about like the car and shit. I guess you never truly could, right? But we'll see if they handle it if something happens with their Phasma picture or anything.
You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought here.
Oh, there it is.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it. That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton. Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on, man.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstone. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or
What's the other guys here? Has he just been watching us?
Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just
Yeah, hopefully Kim is about to fucking back
investigation
our asses up hard here.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your act.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
Not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
You've got to have my back. Let's destroy them. Let's fucking destroy them.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi. Ari, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in?
We've got to destroy them.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch them. Shit, kid. What an interesting moniker.
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Despite all that you've done, the deserter, the Phasmid, the case.
No, because of all that you've done. The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Didn't fuck him over. The betrayal.
And people on this street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. Yes, I was spying on you. I was in the bar, wearing away against stupid sunglasses. You didn't recognize me. Your own partner walked right past me. I heard you lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it is, Harry. You're totally insane now. Good job.
In the crowd, there was a man and a woman in RCM uniform. In his defense, we were in a hurry.
Yes, I'm Trant Heilerstam. I never said I wasn't Trant Heilerstam. Mikhail? Mikhail is my son. No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez.
A coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
Yeah, my good friend, the cool glasses guy, he can vouch for me, right?
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Heidelstein, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing. For
Okay.
both of you.
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We cleared the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost. 'Hand lost.
The 41st isn't... 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 41st isn
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal,
Fuck
did we?
you, Harry.
Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times over. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia. Episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pell, and so.
Yes.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Your voice actor's shit.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vic Mayer. It's Martinez.
This sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audio-spatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think Isolari anthroponetics are a hoax. Paid produces global phenomena. It's
However.
proven. What has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Komodo Red.
But Detective Vigmare, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mirror.
So you don't remember not remembering.
Beautiful.
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the next world.
Yeah, we read those. That was
Those were
good.
recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect. Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people.
What is this
Live
theory?
here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input.
Total input.
Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit?
Sean
Is
probably
he
has the
done now?
worst voice
I wanna know
actor,
that.
man. I mean, it's still kind of funny because he's just like a gruff police guy, but it just kind of sounds fucked, man.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership now.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension? Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck
Yeah.
did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Do we just bullshit him?
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Why would we lie? What I do have is this futuristic armor.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Really?
Not today, badge.
The drama's unnecessary.
You got it all right. You're showing it to him, victorious. They're seeing the badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects? Here we go again. Lost gun, trying to terrorize you.
I upgraded my gun.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
Doesn't even matter that I found it. Don't tell him he lost it. I've only had one drink at the very beginning just to do the side quest, man.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
A bit of a wig? You let a suspect escape. A certain Ruby. You let her escape because you were too drunk to take her in.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
There's a thought to go clean and you don't have it. I don't understand. Oh, really? You have to, like, go deep into the thought or something? I mean, I did the quest at the beginning just to try booze one time. Maybe you're just fucked if you do that even once. I didn't smoke.
Oh, well, if you let her go. I'm not even gonna get into the 80 others or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Where the hell were you? We solved the case, man.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
How about the case, buddy? Look, let the fucking bullshit go, man.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
The man sighs deeply.
If you drink a single time, it's drinking on the job. I think that's kind of bullshit. I think it's like if you drink more than 2 or 3 times, you're gonna just try it because it's a side quest and just to see how the fucking mechanics work. Because it seems like the kind of game where you just go apeshit.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize profusely, making it sound like he's
Yeah, it's kind of bullshit because I've been going out of my way to not drink since almost the inception of the fucking, since the beginning of the game, right? I think like 2 or 3 times, right? You're like, oh, I'm gonna test it out, and then be like, okay, I'm gonna go clean, right? Once you learn about what's going on.
It's odd, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a hustler. He grinds. He makes the real. He's a visionary and a money engineer, which is just. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I've seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
Drink all the time, take the sobriety thought, and now you're not a drunk? Really? Yeah, that's kind of bullshit. Because you're going like 80, 90 hours in this fucking game, at, you know, in my playthrough, right? Like, fully just doing every little thing. So to get the full rundown on what you've done, and then like when I've made these choices to not drink, to kind of them say, hey, yeah, you're fucking drunk, it's like, it's kind of lame, right? Political views hustler? Is it because I took a couple bribes or something? I never got the vibe that I was going for the hustler thing. We turned down lots of bribes, but I think they just are literally counting a point value up. Which is kind of the issue, right? Because the whole game, it's had, you know, it's not about counting up point values, it's about contextual flags and little things you've done here and there and your stats, where this is trying to like pull together all of your choices. Which, with 90 hours of dialogue, it doesn't quite work how the player might perceive what they've been doing. At least he's fucking backing us up here now.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart.
He wasn't even there for the karaoke, dude.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Was Jean there? Kim wasn't even there when I did karaoke.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard.
Destroy the photo.
Rain comes down. He covers the glossy photo of the phasmid with his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall.
Boom
It's like the
shakalaka,
largest land
motherfucker.
invertebrate ever discovered.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Oh, you fucking idiot.
Detective?
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. The fucking bo. I guess it is connected to the case. I forgot about his mental degradation. I guess that kind of matters.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
He is a sad fucker, man.
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
We do everything. I started a nightclub in the church. Like, I just hit everything.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It's interesting time. Forget about the rest.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male.
This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called
Trent,
bower.
shut the
Bowers are
fuck
built
up.
by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating displays physically. This one was plain colored.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs. As in cloning itself? What makes you think so? Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at...
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green.
So this is where we tell them about every single thing we've done in the game. Is this where we, you know, the alignment thing happens, but this is where your actual thoroughness rewards you, maybe? I would be shocked through all my choices they're still like, fuck here. I've definitely gone out of my way, maybe too much to be Mr. Nice Guy. I've got 30 plus good guy points.
Incredible. The PR
I think it's just how the dialogue flows at the beginning kind of makes it seem silly.
Maybe even discovers the insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely,
Money.
This is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it,
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead, or no.
Liliana.
We're gonna keep going.
A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
Go on.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
We're back.
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old male. To have been hiding for 50 years, like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant.
It's kind of all of them, huh?
Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
There's more.
Way more.
Perfect holding mechanism like the phasmid.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it.
I haven't drank for 8+ days. You know, with all the crazy contextual dialogue, you think in the final bit they would have a little bit better contextual dialogue with the booze, man. Like, yeah, he was a huge alcoholic. Maybe they could just lean into that, but I had 1 sip.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. Get a grip. No one cares about your anthroponetic adventures right now.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted.
Thanks,
it's not
Kim.
optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Come on, man.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open, in Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
That's great for you, Tramp.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
How? It seems to be ongoing. I see red banners on the gate.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrard, until the rep came to see that the Union desires war, at which point Mrs. Messier decided to...
What? Hand clear the terminal? Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul. It doesn't matter how I know about Al Ghul. What matters is, you're Everclear's messenger now. A union man, as he calls it. He's a mob boss, did you know? Is that why you want us to investigate the assassination of the previous union head thing? To get off Everard's hook?
No, it's nothing like that. He was reckless with information, but ethical. We don't owe anyone anything. This allowed us to stabilize things in Martinez.
God, calm down, Jean.
Yeah, really. Fucking asshole.
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Okay, but we are only talking about Harry right now. Did somebody shoot this guy, man?
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
I didn't snort shit.
I don't know what a Doom commercial area is. No, it didn't. It didn't turn out to be anthropomorphical again. Enough with the salary pale 2mm hole in the world line. This isn't Paradox B. We're a police force.
Paradox B is a fringe science man. It doesn't look like the lieutenant wishes you to push the cut it out, is indeed what he is thinking.
I don't know what to do. Why?
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
That's right. Alright, let's just go for it. I don't care.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude.
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
Can you ever have him be like ecstatic to have you back? Or is he always just kind of a fucking dick?
But he's been drinking, she thinks. This is exactly how he gets out of this every time. It's bad for him, but...
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Let's hope he's still there.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, impatient, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Okay.
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher.
A gym teacher.
It's getting really cold outside. Could we maybe...
It does explain a lot. Is that why the lifting, the barbell felt familiar to him?
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
Harry, it makes sense. A collection of false sportswear I've amassed.
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and how you're able to perform a 360 degrees thinking too.
You don't know what homosexuality is. It's all coming together, man.
God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy.
Contact Mike is to reprise the most inspiring basics for him.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also fault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
I'm fucking get a coat. Shut the fuck up. Who gives a shit how cold you are? We've been out here in the fucking shit. Day and night. Running. What were you doing? Nothing. You're fucking playing dress up.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Yes, you taught gym in school. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. Kuro is just east of Jamroad. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Come on.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries.
Fuck her, man.
And incredible hope.
Phasmid was right, dude. She's a bitch.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
I like how they fucking try to make everything make sense. Gameplay-wise, how does he run so much? He's a gym teacher. What about Kim then, man? Has he just been dying this whole time? I guess Kim's such a professional, he's probably super fit, man.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went there too. Really maximized the damage.
Dubois. It was Dora Engelund, I think. You've said her name, but you weren't married.
Wasn't even
You were
married.
engaged. Something like that. Half Vasa.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time. Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing.
An old man
2
thing.
old years equals 1 normal year. That and the
Finland,
wrinkle
oh, yeah.
really tore you a new one. A big one.
Fucking Dora.
Incredibly bangable.
Incredibly bangable.
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin,
A
basically.
Welkin.
Snow Welkin. Blonde
The
Welkin.
Snow Welkins.
Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated
He
from.
seems so pathetic, man.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go home.
Shut the
I think
fuck
she
up.
taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east.
God, just
Hard
go
to say
home.
which
We
came
don't need
first,
you
the
here. You haven't
middle-class
done
chick or the
anything.
drink. Egg and the chicken kind
Except
of
say a
thing.
few positive things, I guess.
My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
No. You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss will take you.
No.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out.
Yeah, no shit.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky
McLean,
as it
dude.
is.
Yeah, my favorite cop, McLean. Fucking John McLean.
They
Over.
are damn iconic though, Torsen and McLean.
What is Torso Torsten? Is that a reference to something? McLean's like a Die-Hard reference, it feels like. Maybe there's like a fucking Lethal Weapon reference in here?
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
What?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Nice.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Yeah.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, police captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Of course.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Yeah, I'm being a fucking... Enough of the theatrics, John.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Like how he's always like jovial with him at least.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
Hopefully get a transfer.
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
That too, but I hope you transfer into our place. I gotta see that shit, dude. I'm laughing and I haven't even heard it, man. This scene in Kuno. Does it have like as many options and Kuno just fucking just dumps on you the whole time?
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
Well, yeah, I imagine this can't be quite
Work
as long.
with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit him. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one. But he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be
Kim.
central to it.
Kim! Join me! We could be partners, Kim.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
Judith. I have a gun. It has 2 bullets, because one of them was a phantom bullet that fucking materialized out of nowhere.
I do like the sound of that.
Recruit him. Yo, nice, man. Then we'll bang, okay?
He's really considering it.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights.
Oh, wait. Lena about the Phasmin. Who's Lena again? I thought it was his wife. Right? What was the name of the lady in the wheelchair? That's not, it wasn't Lena, was it? That would suck if I didn't pick that. Oh, his wife's name was Dora, dude. Wasn't it? Ah, shit, man. Fuck. I can't go back, though. Fuck. I didn't realize, man. I thought it was another fucking pathetic fucking thing. I got the name mixed up. Because it was weird for that to be there at that point. Shit, man. What happens if you do that? I mean, I could go back. Fuck, dude. That would be really far back. Shit. Harry will write them. Okay, that's it. Okay, so nothing actually really happens. Alright, that's okay then. We can pretend it just happened later. Well, I didn't miss an actual scene or have any consequence from it. I didn't realize. I was thinking of his wife. I was trying to avoid so much of his pathetic wife shit. Like he wanted to brag about his ex-wife or something. Or it's not even his wife, dude. He's so pathetic when he's engaged with her. I guess that maybe being engaged would be worse. Because he wasn't sick of her yet.
You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man
The square bullet, dude.
Smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
The square fucking bullet, man. From the fucking square head. Fucking murder case they couldn't solve. Who's the meteorite strike one? Man without
Wilson?
eyelids.
Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's quite unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price points his pen at the doctor. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man.
This is cool.
He'll pull through, and when he does, he'll side with Revachol. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot,
This Price, dude. Price gets it.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Jesus. Oh, that's the super end there. Yo, the arm fucking touch, dude. Handshake. God. What's wrong with this guy? There we go, man. This is the good shit. Kodo, come on, we're in the last cutscene. Easy on me. Keying on it. He just fucking... Come on, man. They just fucking... They just phased through the motherfucking... Okay. What a way to end it, dude. Was this some kind of fucking pale... Fucking, you know... sci-fi problem? Is that why the door, they phase through it? There's gotta be some kind of fucking, you know, sci-fi supernatural explanation, right, for that door not ever opening. Is that normally open and that was a glitch, or what? Cool thing about that whole ending is if they really wanted to, they could make another one. If they really wanted. I mean, the novelty of the fresh world, the amnesia, everything else going on would be out the window. It would have to be just about, like, what a new story, escalation, probably other lore they could give you on parts of the world they haven't gone into hard enough yet, but I don't know if they would. I just think you could. It's not a possibility. Well, anyways, man, I really liked it. I enjoyed it. I don't think it's almighty crazy Elder God shit, but I thought it was really solid. I enjoyed my, like, 90 fucking hour playthrough of it. I read online somebody taking a dump on the devs for saying it was 90 plus hours, and usually that's the case. That's usually wrong, but it actually took me like that fucking long. This was a very exhaustive playthrough. I thought it was neat. I enjoyed I guess I'll get to the notes, but I guess just to be in general here, like, I just thought the fucking writing was just really entertaining the whole way through. I don't mind the pace. I like that it was slow. It built up. A very big world. They covered a lot of different topics. It wasn't just politics. It wasn't just murder mystery. It was they had, you know, homosexuality. It was music. It was science. They just covered everything. There's so much fucking dialogue. It's insane. And but just the style of the writing, either the nihilistic, the shit talk, whatever way they do it, that's just fun for me, man. I like the super fucking dark humor kind of shit, and I think they did a really good job of kind of doing that. Just the way it was written was nice. It didn't. I mean, it helped quite a bit that the voice acting was really, really clean and all voice acted. So that kept it very entertaining. But yeah, I think the novelty of like the level up system and all that was cool. The concept of the story with the schizophrenia thing going on always kept spicy things happening in your mind. It also reinforced your build or whatever. You know, it was more rewarding because you got to see it pop up and flavor it and shit, which is cool for replays too. But yeah, so yeah, I enjoyed it overall. We could talk about nitty gritty stuff if you guys want to bring up something, if you want to ask something. If there's something you guys want to discuss, by all means. I might just go down the list on my notes here, maybe just blabber about shit. It won't have that much form. This game is very fucking dense. I've been having this problem the entire playthrough, feeling like I'm not really breaking into it as much as I should, in terms of like trying to be critical of it and talking about it a little deeper than just reactionary shit. But it's just because there's just so much fucking dialogue, so many different topics they're covering, right? Even if it's just shitposts, that like, it's really hard to sit here and like fully get into a lot of it. In terms of a lot of like the political stuff, look, man, I'm not a politically well-read person. I don't give a fuck. They still made me interested, but there's only so much I could say about it. So I'm kind of person to relate it back to characters and the emotional side of shit, I suppose. But yeah, you know, I could definitely see where people would have problems with this. There was a lot of things, you know, that we'll get into in a bit, like the white checks that I think were kind of odd. A lot of gaming of the system kind of stuff. Maybe not enough branching ways to do things at certain times, but then in other times it's plenty fine. So, yeah. 10-year passion probably managed to make another game in the 20s. Good for them, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's no matter what, yeah, you think it's an fucking impressive amount of dialogue. The amount of contextual fucking changes and shit, dude. I mean, I'm playing other games that like might reference you doing a huge thing once or twice all the way down the line, right? This shit's fucking referencing like down to me wearing certain clothes and having a flashlight, doing little things and little quests in other areas in shit, walking into a room in like a different fucking order, there's different dialogue for it. An absurd amount of dialogue. And for how contextual it is, and that's not even just talking about the fucking like mind department shit, man, like the different stats and stuff, like it adds a lot to the immersion. It always keeps it spicy, man. Getting those little rewards, like, oh, you know, that's cool, you would react this way to me walking in this room, and it's like at the end with the generator, if you fucking mention a certain line with Kim when you're messing with the generator, then he has a slightly different line where he says something that you did it again, like 10 seconds later, and, you know, just little shit like that, and it's like, they don't need to do that, right? But because they do, it really adds a lot of charm, a lot of immersion, and just on the just the effort side of things is just really commendable. Published novelist really does show, yeah. Yeah, it is a step in a very different direction for your average video game writing, yeah. You might get a lot of VNs that do, you know, that are written differently than your average, you know, AAA video game, but this is definitely its own thing, man. Yeah, just the amount of topics they go into to a pretty deep level. Just some of the terminology and just vocabulary they use, I'm like, I don't even know half of this some of this means, man. Like, this would take me a long time to even write up some of the, like a paragraph or two of some of this, and it's just non-stop, right? Like some of the stupid shit like Motorhead saying, man, it's so complex and thought out. Like, you get the idea though, it's not like it's impenetrable. Like, that's the fucking joke, right? Is like some of these are so overthought that's kind of the funny part of it, but yeah, it's the amount of effort put into it is very impressive. But I'm not just gonna say it's good because it had a lot of effort. There's a lot more to it than that, but it is. Doing a full playthrough like this is, yeah, it can't be understated. Anyways, I guess we could go through the list. Battlefield 2042 is a gift that keeps on giving. It seems people are getting false positive banned for having RGB lighting on their accessories. Based EA. When does somebody buy an EA? So yeah, I just have random notes on here. I haven't added them in a while. I feel like we've covered a lot of stuff. I'm trying a different format of notes this time. I don't think it's super great. We'll see. I think it's too limiting. But it takes jabs at everything. Yeah, I don't think it overly leaned in any particular message, even by the end of this. Other than him being somewhat redeemed, and not even in a huge way, he still kind of seems pathetic because of his wife thing. Really, I feel like they don't lean super hard. They delve into a lot of different ideologies, a lot of different topics, like I was talking about earlier, music, you know, whatever the fuck. They make fun of them all, but, you know, they also show some stronger points and stuff, and I think that's really cool. I enjoy that. Conceptually, and I just really like how that turns into a lot of funny dark humor. It reminds me of, like, in a way, Hypnospace Outlaw. If you guys have ever played that, I'd really recommend it. It's pretty much a game that just makes fun of like 90s internet spaces and stuff. And it's very clever sometimes in how it represents certain groups and exaggerates them to kind of take a dump on them without outright saying it, and it's really fun. And this kind of does that too, right? Like sometimes It's, you know, like with the Dick Mullen novel, that you're sitting there reading Dick Mullen novels in the middle of this insane dystopia, while it's also taking like a dump on the pulpy murder mystery books and stuff with the fucking narrator. There's just like so many layers of like funny or comedy that I think put together in some of these scenes. That's fun. Anyways, I've talked about the humor. I would say at the beginning the humor was a novelty for me, but I think there's actually put together quite a bit of like purposefully humorful things. At the end where like, is this related to the case? Stuff like that, which I guess it was, but you know, they would play off of some of their characters, you know, little things that they would do over time and make jokes with them, you know, that really just panned out if you were thorough, and it just shows a lot of attention to and thought put into the humor side of things, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah, like I said, I feel like message-wise and shit, it was pretty transparent. I didn't even feel like there was like a huge message at the end of it. I mean, you could catch some of the really deep, you know, like nuanced humor here and there, but at the end of it, other than just like maybe with the phasma, I feel like it leaves you to draw a lot of that yourself. Like with finding the phasmid, you could say, you know, when they lost the phasmid in the side quest or they couldn't find it, it was kind of like, you know, the dreams, the world sucks, don't follow dreams too hard, or, you know, be more real. That's kind of like a hopeful way of ending it when the phasmid appears. So you could say that's kind of like a thing, redemption or something. But it doesn't really have like a single overly, I feel like, clear message, and I don't think it really has to. What's cool is that you kind of just go and you do a fucking assload of shit, and that's what keeps it entertaining for so long. Oh yeah, the concept's cool. I mean, to explain an entire world through a character having amnesia is a pretty common way to do it, right? To have him be an established person in the world, but also need you to explain the entire world to him, amnesia's used a lot. It works. I think a murder mystery is a good shell, a good vehicle to keep things interesting. It gives you a reason to go everywhere. You're a police officer, it lets you go to crazy places, it lets you interact with people in different ways than normal people would be able to. I think it's a good way to, and it's just exciting, right? Murder. People love it in media, right? I think it's a totally cool shell to deliver a story about this kind of magical dystopian mirror world. Yeah. I don't think it's like, when you compare it to something more, you know, I don't say mainstream, but more typical, where it's got, you know, a very simple one big hit kind of message. Maybe this one has I think there's a lot more going on. That's kind of what I mean by maybe nuances in there, but complexity, depth. I could see people thinking it's extremely pretentious or something. I think when you get behind the style and stuff, it doesn't really feel very pretentious. The amount of shit posting, the amount of just fucking like immature, just fucking dumps they take on everything, it feels as far from pretentious as I feel like it could be without being like fucking Commando or something, man. Yeah, for sure. And that is a thing they try to get across. I think that's kind of a bit what I mean about maybe redemption. Is they want you to empathize with them. You get it. You know, he's relationship troubles. He can't get over it. The booze. They don't paint that in a positive light. Even when they're playing it up, having you do it more, it's, you know, it's like with a wink, right? You know, it's obviously he's fucking way out of line. You just have to do it knowing you're being a degenerate. So. You could definitely, I think, draw a lot more of a message from that. It's not gray, it's clearly am. I just think it was funny at the end, though, that there wasn't even like a big, like, clean reason for his mind thing. They weren't even married. It's been like 6 years, right? Like, like the amount of how heavy it was for him in his mind, you expected, like, they were married for like 20 years or something. Like, it was fucking, it was huge. It was all his fault or some shit, but to me it felt like, it just made him seem even more of a fucking, like, crazy loony guy by the end of it, but anyways, I don't know. I guess I could get into the characters. Yeah, because I mean, it's just so like, oh, they have to allude to something happening. You have to piece together his whole history with his wife or his fiance, right? The apricot gum, the phone calls that he's remembering the fucking things, right? It's like so pieced together through such small things. You feel like you're unsolving this massive murder mystery, right? Almost bigger than the actual murder mystery itself. And you're piecing everything together, and you're like, it has to be big, right? This has got to be a massive thing. And then they're just like, oh yeah, it's some really hot, bitchy, like, fiance he had like 6 years ago. It's just like, it just turns around and it makes him look even more stupid. That was so good. Yeah, I'm discussing the game now. Then we'll be done. Pokemon tomorrow, man. Wake up early, dude. We could start earlier. But yeah, I guess we could lead into the characters. I think the characters were awesome in this, man. It was some of the best parts. I think most of them were voiced well. They all had pretty varying personalities. Fasto did say earlier, a lot of them are like assholes, but not all asshole. And I think that's a good way to put it. But it also humanizes them, and I feel it gives you the right amount of contrast with such a dystopian world. There's enough of them who are just pure asshole, though. It's fine. Yeah, all different walks, all different styles. I think Kim's one of the better characters that I've read in a long time. He's very good. Oh, it's cool seeing this. You actually see the whole world. I never really thought about that. Now I'm piecing together the city. Hey, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate all you guys chilling, man. I feel like the commentary was not as good as it could have been. I don't think we delved into it as deep as we could have throughout the playthrough. A lot of it was just kind of just me here. I took a lot of breaks. I don't think that was good for me. I'm not good at... I'm bad about taking a day or two breaks. Not that I do it often. That's the problem is I find when I take a break from a game, I lose a little bit of interest, so I tend to be the kind of person to just go non-stop. But this kept me hooked still, even though I took some. Anyways, I appreciate you guys hanging out, man. It was really cool. People were really cool. We had some good laughs and discussions. Like I said, I think I could have been a little bit better about it, but it was good. Hopefully see you guys again, man. Do all sorts of shit, so. And like I said, I feel like this one's also just... It's a tougher nut to crack, right? Like, we were having some pretty big talks about the game design and how the choice systems and the percentage systems, how, right or wrong those are, or weighing them against investment in quests and whether the white checks are really worth it or not. But in terms of the story, there's just a lot happening. What else we got here? I'm just blabbering. Kind of going down the list. Like I said, I need to create a note system. I need to highlight more and capitalize more so we can actually... Oh yeah, I enjoyed that failure was a okay thing. I did not allow myself to fail too that much by the end. I do have some little issues there, but I did like that the red one's failure was fun, sometimes better for you. That was cool. There were some side quests I thought that they were so long, you had so much investment in them that just kind of cutting you off with a white check for the sake of immersion or a build identity was like, you know, the dance, most of the church stuff. There's not really many alternate ways to do any of that. There's not even that many ways to bump those up that much on the points. And, you know, I'm so invested in it at that point. I've put so many hours into it. Is the little feeling I get of, like, having it, you know, build identity, you know, oh, I'm not good enough, I can't do this, so that's just how it has to be. Like, is it really... I didn't find that feeling in the later parts of the game as rewarding as just seeing the content, right? In the beginning, I was like, oh yeah, we could just let a lot of this go, I don't really care, but... Or maybe there's another way to do it. But I found in the later bits, especially the later side quests, I was much more invested, much more interested in seeing what was going to happen than retaining the non-save scum feel. For that matter, I tried to balance it a bit. I tried to sacrifice levels on shit. I used a bunch on Forgetting Thoughts. I tried to just up stuff, wait as long as I could before I save scummed. Try to compromise a bit, but at the end of the day, I'm like, you know, getting the Kim lore, the underground homosexual thing, like all that stuff. If I missed it, I don't think it would have helped much. It wouldn't have been as interesting. We wouldn't have got that contextual dialogue later. It would have just been like, oh, well, my build doesn't work. This is a 90-hour game. I'm not going to be replaying it anytime soon. So the argument for replayability, that's awesome if you want to replay it. I like that. But I think there's so many other choices in the game that give you build identity, just like how your demeanor, how you talk to people, how much of an asshole you are, whether you're taking bribes, how you handle a situation, your core build, the kind of dialogue you're going to get in your mind. Is it more the physical stuff? Is it more intellect stuff? That is so much more to flavor your playthrough than whether or not you can do a white check. Yeah. Get the point of greed, filters are way easier to accept in the early game. Yeah, in the beginning I liked it. I loved it. By the end I was like, I'm going to try to play as well as I can into the system, but I'm going to save reload. And it was a foregone conclusion. And I like that for it. I think I used the excuse exhaustive a lot. I really did want to see everything and talk about it. And I did, but I was probably coping a bit, save reloading, because I don't like to abuse saves much, but I just like the dialogue so much that the investment just wasn't there to, you know, I had my identity. I was being the Kim liker, the saint cop, no booze or drink, you know, anything, but they didn't give a fuck about that. You know, I try to be the honorable guy. Maybe do a little crazy thing here and there, but, you know, I could play it again and I could play a total asshole probably. We could do different builds, get different flavor dialogue, and I think the white checks just wouldn't really matter. You know, that's not how I want to flavor a run as much. I think having alternate white checks to do things is fine, but yeah. Still, it wasn't a huge problem. I don't think it was any kind of game-breaking thing. It was just, you know, it's got a save reload system, so you're just gonna use it. It's not really a huge deal. Like, yeah, it was a kind of fucking, you know, I mean, you feel like you're gaming it, you feel a little, you lose a little immersion. But for me, the benefits outweighed the negatives. For that matter, I did like that you could improve your chances at something from unrelated stuff. It was rewarding. It rewarded exploration. You're like, okay, well, this white check just reset. It got a bonus. Wow, look at this. This has like 6 bonuses on it because of all the stuff I've done. It's a really cool reward system. You know, it's not just about the cool dialogue. You do get some actual, like, tangible rewards for doing stuff, and that's fun. That's video games, right? You gotta get rewarded. Get my fucking, what's it, serotonin? Dopamine? My good feels. Yeah, I was talking about characters. Yeah, I just don't think you can. I mean, the characters are just solid. There's a good mix. The dystopian world. I think they represent a lot of groups of people and ideologies. These like caricatures, these exaggerated characters that are really funny. But on the flip side, they have characters like him who, slow burns. They're very well-rounded, likable. I think Kim's one of the best straight men. Period. He's really good. The comedy that comes out about because of really, I mean, his contrast with the world, how endearing he is when he breaks out of his shell a little bit, the respect and like the brotherhood camaraderie he has with you, depending on how you treat him, little things you find out about him. It's exciting. I was pumped for Kim shit, man. Stuff like the shootout, I was getting a little like emotional, man. I was like, oh. That he like super trusts you or whatever, and he shot the person. It was really cool. Yeah, there's just a lot of fun stuff. They consistently kept up with dialogue on some of these characters throughout the whole thing, so they could have cool arcs and final moments. The fucking horrific necktie had an awesome fucking final scene, right? And it only mattered because you actually saw the horrific necktie throughout the whole thing, right? It even had like a message you could draw from it, right? Some symbolism or parallel, right? Where he's like, he's cleansed, right? Like Harry, maybe he's cleansed of, being a piece of shit or something. You could even do something like that with it, right? It was more than just a gag. So, yeah. There's a lot more you could say about the characters. Would be here all day, but I think Kim was a high point. I think Harry was a cool thing. I think Kim was stronger for me, but Harry had a lot of interesting stuff to get into. I think by the end of it, Harry still ends up kind of a shitpost. I expected something a little heavier emotionally on the Harry side of things because of all the build-up. Like some kind of, true, not sacrifice maybe, but like true redemption. It's kind of just like, oh, he's actually pretty competent. And, he's still kind of a loser. And then that's kind of it. I still like Harry, but... and it is how you make him, so it's kind of a weird way to put it, but yeah. Yeah, I plan on playing it, so look forward to that, guys. I will be playing Planescape Torment. Yeah, I own it. Yeah, and I think that's a really cool part of it. That's a cool novelty in this. It's because usually, I mean, I feel like the straight man is... I said the opposite earlier, it was stupid, but... Yeah, the straight man a lot of the time is the player character perceiving all the world around. Like, we talk about like Ace Attorney or something, right? Like Phoenix Wright is kind of the straight man and everybody's insane. And that contrast is what makes it fun because you hear him shitting on all of them all the time, at least in the first 3. Where in this, it's like... The shitting on them, you just perceive yourself, and then Kim kind of chimes in and does it, and it just, I don't know, it makes it really fun. This is a good example of why straight men are good. why they can be very, very strong characters. I mean, I guess a straight man is only as good as the world around him, but I think even without the novelty of, how Kim reflects on the world and shit. He's just interesting anyways, right? Even just as a professional who slowly warms up to you, that's still just a really cool thing, right? So, I liked Kim a lot. There wasn't many characters. There were some characters like Cindy that I don't think they went into super deep, but they were still fun little bits of flavor. I mean, they all had their own voices. I mean, I would spend 10-hour streams talking to like 5 or 6 people, so they all had plenty to get into. They had their stories, some more than others, but I don't think anything was truly like left undercooked in any big way that didn't, feel like it was purposely supposed to be like that. It was neat. You really dug in a lot of them. Gart, my guy Gart. I think I sold us out even at the end, man. Gart is such a shitbag. And a lot of characters, I mean, I feel like their writing is very... It knows what it... You know, like it knows Gart's a meme, right? Like, I mean, it knows who's a joke, who's supposed to be taken as more of a joke, and it feels all very planned. It's cool. What else we got on here? Funny, dark humor, dry humor. I like that stuff. Textual stuff, voiced. Yeah, the amount of voices is nuts. That they had that one narrator. We looked up his name earlier, the musician. Yeah, which is a shame because she's still cool. I mean, I still enjoy her. It's like here. What she kind of does, right? Where she has she has a lot of bravado, but then it's kind of like all bullshit. Yeah, I like her style a lot. Like, she's a lot of talk, but she's still pretty nice. Because she helps him out, right? She wants to see his art, and she helps him. She gives him info, right? And those are things you just have to draw about her personality. They're not, like, super upfront about it. You just have to compare her to other people. Like, you know, actually, she's kind of not that much of a bitch, so... but yeah, they don't go super deep into her. I mean, even the cleaning lady, it's not like she has some huge arc, but she does her job, right? There's like your novelty characters, like the real two who are just novelty characters, I guess. It's all fine. Not everybody needs to have a 10-hour thing, but there was not many. I was like, oh man, you know, they really dropped the ball on this. I can't. There wasn't many. There was a lot more I was impressed with. Titus it was really cool. I really liked how he was the Southern boy, fucking Budweiser, fucking stereotype. And then as you learn his group dynamic with the fucking Hardy Boys, how he perceived himself as like an enforcer, that all of his kind of intimidation shit was to try to protect people. And like the dialogue started changing to warm up to you, although he was still hard and stuff. Like, it was a really cool progression when he understood him. And I think it played off the stereotype of being just this fucking like macho fucking hick. Because he wasn't actually just a full macho hick. He even had like a little bit of intelligence, and I just think that's neat, man. That so many characters got like really, you know, either endearing or just really good feeling arcs and progression, and you know, just you know, characterization, fleshing out of it. It was really nice. So those are some of the positive stuff. Although we can talk about anything. I'm just kind of going down the list. He's quite bad. I liked him, but I'm sure it could be better. I mean, it was mostly the dialogue for me. I thought his voice actor was funny, and I think he still fit the Southern boy thing, but he didn't really have like a Southern accent. He was less hillbilly, more cocky. Okay. I kind of like that he was this quiet-ish. Not quiet, but more, you know, gruff-spoken hillbilly stereotype. But I also enjoyed the comedy of that. I'll have to compare. See what I think. Although I could go into the bias, right? Because I've heard of this one. I like this one enough. But I'll try to go open-minded. Yeah, that's the problem, is it's hard to be objective about it unless it's really fucking obvious because of personal preference, but I'm sure if you sat and compared them, you could figure it out. Well, like you guys said, the old Kuno had more of a meme feel to him because he was peeking the mics. I enjoyed the Kuno in this just fine. I was quoting him, I was, you know, imitating his fucking speech style sometimes, right? Like, you know, that to me that means the voice acting's pretty good if I want to actually say that again. With Egghead, odd, cool, like, you just want to say it. You want to say Kuno lines, right? Like, so the voice acting can't be that bad, right? I think the worst voice actor was that fucking Jean, dude. He was fucking kind of bad. I think they try to make him sound too gruff and serious, and when he's speaking too quick, and he's supposed to be actually like emoting or whatever, showing some emotion, it sounded really samey the whole time. But other than that, yeah. Yeah, Titus was cool. I mean, we could talk about any character. Like we've and during the playthrough we did. I don't want to go back through every single one. I mean, we can if you guys want to talk about anybody in particular, but we already talked about the yin yang with Everart, and Joyce was really cool and all that. I think it's kind of funny. The guy at the end though, the actual murderer, I feel like I don't know how much on purpose it was, but his time in the spotlight and his importance is kind of like snuffed by the Phasmid. Which I kind of get a kick out of, and I don't know how intentional that is. And but the dialogue knows it too, because it's like, who cares about the case anymore, right? This fucking Phasmid's here. There's music, there's animations and shit, and you just spent like an hour or two talking to this fucking guy, right? And it was really interesting then, but it's funny how it just gets dwarfed. And I think that kind of carries back into the main case a little bit, right? After that, and the swing of it all, I feel like I care a lot less about the case, which is good that they wrapped it up right then, because it'd be hard to get back into it at that point. So. Anyways, I'm talking about characters again. I don't know, I can't really speak on replayability. You guys would know better there. I don't know how differently a playthrough is depending on your builds. I imagine the dialogue, there's a shitload of extra dialogue, depending on maybe if you're more physical or empathetic, you have more empathy skills kind of thing, or psych skills. I imagine it's flavored very differently depending on build. Obviously we still did pretty much everything. I'm sure you can handle things very differently, but I could see there being some replay value there for sure. At least like 1 or 2 more rounds or something. You could be a total asshole. I imagine that's very different. Having more of a physical motorics focus would probably feel very different. Surprisingly replayable, yeah. I don't think it would be too surprising. I think there's a lot of room there, as long as it's not smoke and mirrors. I just don't personally know, because I haven't replayed it. I totally believe you. I could see where the pieces would be. Yeah, I think the details and stuff would be neat. And once you know the full story of everything, you understand how the world works, going back and seeing some of that, especially for how long my playthrough was, right? I mean, we'd be going back 90 hours. You'd have a very different look on things, which would be neat. I had a very different idea of what the game was going to be like at that point. I mean, it was still, insanity, schizophrenia, just nutso stuff, but I was expecting pretty much just like, I mean, not Mad Max, but, very bizarro. Maybe that novelty would have gotten old, but it's really cool how it ended up still. Anyways, that doesn't have anything to do with replayability. Yeah, I'm going to watch some more runs of this. I have a friend who's going to play it. I don't know what he would go with. He'd probably do something similar to me, but maybe not to the same degree. I was going to watch speedruns. I'm probably going to go watch all the vision quests or political quests, whatever they're called. And maybe I can find like a run that kind of goes for the opposite. Maybe some just sexist asshole run or something. I don't know. There's clearly a lot of options there to be like a huge dick and shit, so you could at least do a run like that. You don't have to play nice shit. Well, if you're here for most of it, I guess you don't have to. The choice is very fun, but I suppose it is a cool one just to... I think you could experience a lot of it without actually having to play it, just because, I mean, you get to see all the dialogue, and I'm kind of not playing it most of the time too, right? I think the choices are a really big part of it, but I think you do get a lot of the experience by watching it. Not like a Mario game where actually having it in your hands is like the part, right? I mean, for that matter, I guess we could talk about physical stuff. There's not much really in the terms of like legit gameplay. I don't think that's really an issue at all. Yo, what's up, Fasto? Welcome back. We're still here, dude. We're just getting into... Well, not getting into it. I did get the Phasma convo. We got everything at the end. I missed one line of dialogue I should have clicked with Jean, but it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, I was talking about that. We've been talking and wrapping up. We've been talking about the game for the last 20-30 minutes, and I was just talking about that, how some of the white checks and some of the things you could miss, I feel like really don't. I think the level of immersion for the build variety or whatever that you get by missing them is not outweigh in any way the enjoyment you get at actually seeing some of these scenes. Like, I would much rather talk to the Phasmid than just miss it and move on, right? Like, it's by far more interesting than saying, oh, that's my build. I think if you're going for a short playthrough that's heavily in a certain like novelty build or something, it's fine, but I think the game's way too long to care about missing white checks. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, in terms of physical gameplay, it's not really a focus in this. I would say, like, I mean, 5% of the fucking game is you running around, and it's just, you're just running, you're just walking. It takes a little bit, it's not a problem. In terms of the PS4 controller stuff, it can be a little jank highlighting things. It doesn't always pick what you want. You kind of have to cycle through shit a lot. You'll click on things, you won't go to them. You have to click on them again, you won't go to them. You have to click on them, you won't go to them. But overall, there's not much gameplay in that respect. So it's really not an issue that it's kind of, even though it's just walking, it's kind of jank. Pathfinding your way around and stuff, I imagine, is a lot easier with mouse and keyboard because you just click where you want and they go. While I like the comfy feeling of using sticks, you will get stuck on shit. The world isn't like perfectly set up to let you know exactly what you can squeeze through and what you can. But for 98 plus hours, it wasn't a big issue. But it's the middle ground thing. It's not like a, you know, you're not gonna have fun running around, but that's not really the point. So. Music, I think the music was really good. I think it's a little fucked undermixed sometimes. It's a little too quiet in some spots, but when it's going, it's good. I think they put some nice variety at the end. The dance bang part was cool. It's a soundtrack I'm definitely gonna pick up. For how long I spent on it, I wouldn't say I was getting sick of it at all. I think that kind of melancholic, this song right here, world song, was a good contrast to the wacky shit going on. And I think that stuck for most of it. I don't think it got super old. I mean, it probably lost some of its punch by the end, but of course, I would imagine it would after 90 hours. So. There's a really cool, like, post-rocky song that played when the boat abandoned the island, more specifically, too. That was good. But yeah, it was a little weird on the mix. We could get into the technical issues with that soon, but the Whirling in Rags one, yeah. It's actually, we can have a listen to that. I have a Whirling in Rags thing. Yeah. I think that's another thing is the songs are generally chill enough that they're not like, you know, grating, which helps. And like I said, I think the contrast helps keep them fresh. Okay, so fuck it. Let's talk tech issues. Perfect time. we're not gonna get here this song. This is what I was gonna talk about later. But I think it's important to talk about now. So this is a bad port. I think it's shit. It's not the worst port I've ever played. I don't think it ruins the experience, but I would never recommend anybody play this on PS4. I think I wrote down a big list. The loading times are long, frame dips. Okay, so the loading times, though, there are so many situations where you have to go through chains of like 5 to 6 loading screens, front and back, warping, loading screens, loading screen, loading screen, loading screen, and it wouldn't be a big deal, but like the loading times are so fucking long, dude. And I would say it was probably the most annoying thing for me in the game. It didn't matter as much in the beginning. Consider myself a patient man, but by the end I was like, okay, dude, this is getting ridiculous. Especially when you have to start doing shit with the lying chick upstairs, whatever her name was. I guess we never really technically knew her real name, but man, that, waiting for certain times of night for her and then having to go up and down, and it's just Jesus, dude. It's like I can't knock the game too hard. I don't think in terms of the actual vision of the game, how it is, I would even fault it. I would just say don't fucking play it on PS4. It's a bad port. It takes too long. It affects the immersion. It affects what you're willing to do because you know how many loading screens you're going to have to go through, how long it's going to take to get to places. It's not as overt at the beginning, but it adds up. You start feeling it, and then it becomes more obvious that it is a problem. Frame dips, when you save, when you autosave, when you're loading in, it skips frames. It's not a big deal. It's jank, not a big deal. Song skipping, repeating, remixing themselves pretty much with the frame drops. Yeah, save time long. Menus are buggy. There's cursors off screen. Fast travel not being selectable in all those areas, I guess, wasn't a bug. But I do think that was probably something they could have added in. As fine as it was moving around and stuff and seeing shit, and just walking, I think when you're doing like a full completionist playthrough, being a little bit more lenient with the warps would be fine. As long as you're out in the overworld part, I think letting you warp to one of the 3 spots is fine. Because you're really only going to get a warp by the time you're only really warping from the left and right side of the map anyways. It's not like you're not like warping to like all these micro spots. You still have to hoof it. So I think being able to just get to those spots easier would be fine, but there's a gameplay issue, I would say, but it's not a huge deal. I think that's only a problem because it's compounded by the fucking loading times. Yeah, certain sound effects didn't load in the menu sometimes. It would highlight things in the map that didn't exist, like the hangman. Audio would reset to max levels a lot, which was pretty spooky. I had some text not fit into boxes. I think overall, though, a lot of that's nitpicking. It's not a big deal, but I think it would weigh in, and I think it adds up, and definitely I would recommend it very much against playing this on PS4. There's some bad ports I'm just like, it's not a big deal, but I would say it would affect the experience here, especially if you're a completionist person. So, anyways, music. We talked about the gambling, white checks thing. I think failing the white checks sure can add into a dystopian, like, kind of downer feel, but I don't think the investment sometimes. I just don't think it works every time. This is getting into discussing. This is like theory shit, like, would hard skill requirements be better? Knowing you can't fight might be more immersive, but then it'd piss you off if the writing's bad, right? We kind of had this discussion already. We can, but I'm kind of talking more about the game. But yeah, if you guys got anything you want to say or bring up or anything, by all means, this is kind of just like a self-indulgent fucking just, I just want to talk about the game, just blabber on about the playthrough. I'm not the best dig into this. This is out there for sure. I'm just doing it on the spot. It's a very hard game to dig super hard into. It's like I said how dense it is, but a lot easier to do these in more simple games. But dying? Yeah, I'm getting ready to die too. It's fucking late, dude. I did not expect this shit to go for like this long. Well, thank you guys again for joining me though. It was long, but oh, you've been vomiting. Oh, that kind of dying. Well, fuck. That's actually kind of worrying, man. Hopefully you're alright. Well, you're not alright, but hopefully you end up alright soon. Unless I'm getting memed here and I'm missing it, but I imagine not. Yeah, I fucking hate nausea, dude. Like, I hate that a lot. It's been a long time since I've thrown up, but never good. Be the worst fucking meme. I was like, is this a reference to Harry throwing up or something? I'm like, no, I think he's actually throwing up. Yeah, that sucks. I think the last time I had nausea was probably like a Harry incident. If I had a lot of booze. I don't drink much. I actually wanted to have one small drink for this game, and I still didn't end up doing it. But back in the day when I do a little bit more drinking with my friends, had some really bad I was never like a go to bed hangover guy. I was like I'm gonna puke and fucking feel nausea for 6 hours in the shower kind of guy. And I think that's one of the reasons I don't drink as much and get to that point. I'm very good at holding back now. Anyways, yeah, I haven't been sick, nausea in a long time. I hope you get over it soon. I was gonna turn around and talk about me. How I relate, I guess. Well, thanks for watching despite all the sickness, dude. That's fucking... I appreciate it. Quick volumetric shit compressor. Would you guys have wanted an epilogue? Like some kind of funky closure thing at the end here? Where they kind of go over everybody and what happened? I'm not saying I would. Personally, but I'm curious what you guys think. Yeah, I was saying that as like, they have room for a fucking sequel, dude. They could do it. And I would be totally fine with it. The Jamrock sequel, like yeah, you already know the world, but there's so much more they could tell you about the world. There's the escalation of Revachol shit. Was the epilogue? Yeah. Makes sense. The game actually came after a book and the setting came out? Really? A book and the setting? I have no idea. That's interesting. I just want to read it. 22 years Revachol gets nuked. Based. Huh, that's really interesting. I wonder if that's worth a read. Flawed endings and yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of all of it is kind of a epilogue, I guess you could think of it that way, where they kind of culminate everything. It's like, what do you want to hear, right? Like, what, Kuno grows up to be a shitbag, that kind of thing. I think them not doing that does leave you room for possibly doing more, right? The thing if you write your epilogues out... Oh, it's written in Estonian. Okay, right. I think the problem with the having too clear of an epilogue is you don't really leave any room to use those characters maybe again, right? I don't think it needed it either. It just didn't need it. I just kind of throwing it out there for fun. Like just a tally of like fucking, you know, you did this and that. Yeah, like in like New Vegas or something. This person went and did this and that. Failing maxed out white check shouldn't really be a thing. I think I stand on that. I think there's a point where I feel like if your stats are good enough, you should get 100%. But then again, you could just reload. So building into that, oh, I got unlucky. Like I get like there's just definitely a kind of person who enjoys that a lot. I mean, I enjoy that in the right context. It'd be kind of cool to be like, yeah, you can't feel this. He's that good. But I guess it's more real to be able to fail anything, I suppose. So not really a big problem. It's kind of a little thing. I think the clothing menu was pretty bad. I really spent a pretty large amount of time fucking min-maxing clothing when really they could just have it be where you click on a clothing area and it shows you all of your options for shirts and you just kind of leaf through them real quick. Hell, maybe it just has +1 psi on the icon for the item or something. And then -1 this, right? In small text, and you could just press a button to make it show up or not. And then you could just pick everything you wanted real quick. And min-maxing your items is totally a thing you can do. You can back out of most conversation. It's I wouldn't even be surprised if it was a planned thing. I think the menus and stuff to facilitate that would be kind of nice. Looking through every single fucking piece of clothing I had all the time didn't bother me too much, but I imagine that could. I mean, it wasn't great, and I imagine that could actually get really fucking annoying for some people. They might just not give a fuck. But, I was also doing like a completionist run, so yeah. Or you could force it. Yeah, make it so you can only dress up in the morning and you just go out. I mean, you do more save reloading, but it would give more identity to the playthrough. What you want to focus on, what you think you need to fix. Maybe you could play, yeah, I don't know. I mean, then you might plan out what you're going to do in the day a bit more. So that may be bad, but I like the idea of that, yeah. Have a bit more permanence. Maybe you could change halfway through the day or something, I don't know. If anything, I'm okay enough leaving it how it is, because it does reward exploration, finding more clothing. It does let you get past checks without, you know, having to have a perfect build. Just make the menu fucking a little better to fucking move through. It's a pain looking through all your clothes when you start getting enough of them. But it's a minor gripe. Most of my cons are pretty minor. More white check shit. Yeah, I guess that's another problem with white checks too, is you're kind of incentivized to spend points to reset checks a lot of the time. Or in my opinion, it's much more interesting to spend points on getting more dialogue. And I mean, I get there's like a balance, right? Like a perfect balance they could strike between spending points to do checks and then spending points to just get things you want. But I found myself 90% of the time putting points in on stuff to make checks happen. So I guess you could say the problem there is maybe not enough levels. I think maybe a bit more levels or cutting the cost of thought cabinets down would be a way to give you more points to put into stuff just for dialogue, just for fun. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Michael, that you could just have a button that max a stat. I think maybe That's like, maybe you could say it's like too much. I would love that in terms of quality of life. But yeah, it is kind of just like very, you separate yourself from the clothing pretty hard. You just kind of pop on something, you don't really think about it, right? But I'd be fine with that too. Just like an auto equip at some point. Maybe they could introduce it like halfway in and just be like, okay, here's your focus thing. Yeah, and I don't doubt that you get a lot with the right skills, but you're not gonna know on the first run unless you stumble upon it. Like, I got the thing that let me get XP from checking orbs, like, I would say halfway at least into seeing all the physical locations, and I feel like that was reasonable enough. And the thing is, like, it's totally fine for replays, and I love replay value, and it adds a lot of depth and stuff, but most people won't replay. It's 90 hours for a full completionist run. I think they could strike a, you know, in terms of something that important that flavors all of your dialogue and player choice, I think maybe just removing the, you know, there's a lot of extra levels skills and just giving you more levels would be better. I think there's enough stuff there for replay value and optimization without it. There's already so many thought cabinet things. Yeah, I don't doubt that you could get fucking jacked, but I think something that doesn't require free knowledge would be better. Overall, though, I didn't think it was a big problem. I just found myself kind of going for white checks a lot. And I was like, you know, I'd kind of rather hear this dialogue. And at the very end, you could see how I wanted to level up, right? I was just fucking putting stuff into, like, authority and spirit, because that was just pure dialogue checks. I was like, okay, there's no more white checks, and I just went apeshit. Thought cabinet slot should be free, really. I think a free slot per level would be fine. I think the biggest thing with the thought cabinet is not having to spend a point to remove stuff. I think... So the idea is, I imagine you have to spend a point so you don't just sit there on the bench and just reset your thoughts. But I think the level of immersion in the game, the amount of extra bullshit that is to just fucking min-max thoughts and all that is like, nobody's gonna do it. Two, when you forget something, you can't get it again. So like, that's already enough problem as it is. I think they should just cut the forget level requirement, the skill point requirement. That way you can forget things you don't want anymore. Oh, this isn't that good. I'm gonna go investigate something else. You might get some interesting dialogue for it. It lets the thought cabinet be a bit more experimental, because I think the thought cabinet's really good. They're more valuable than a single level is. They give you a lot of interesting, fresh dialogue. They're just kind of interesting to read on their own. But yeah, I think it's far too expensive. It makes you not want to experiment. I still spent points on it, like 5 or 6, past all the unlocks, but if it was free, I would have tried out way more stuff just for fun. Because at the end of the day, you can only have so many skills in there anyway, so... At the start? Yeah, I think at the start. It is backloaded, yeah. Especially at the very end. Holy shit. He's just getting like fucking nonstop, but you don't need it anymore, so it's not really a thing. Yeah, I think a bit more at the beginning. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know how the checks work. You don't know you need to hold on to a few to reset stuff. You know, you want to see more dialogue, right? Like, that was my problem. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to upgrade more of my skills. I'm like, well, it doesn't really matter because I've seen most of the dialogue in the game. So seeing a little bit more logic dialogue doesn't really matter that much anymore. By the time you actually have the freedom to add some in. And I mean, at the game, in the beginning of the game, you're gonna be like, okay, dude, well, I'm gonna focus on white checks. I'm gonna waste stuff. I'm spending shit on Thought Cabinet, right? I definitely think more XP at the beginning. There was times that I was, if you guys were here at the very beginning, where I was going like forever because I was just doing side content for like the first 2-3 streams, where I like leveled up like once or twice max a stream. And I was like, holy fuck, dude, right? And at that point, I'd seen a shitload of dialogue, right? And all of that dialogue I didn't get was probably a lot of extra dialogue from checks that I could have had if I just had some spare levels. And I don't think the limitations are really, there's a point to it. You just see less stuff. And there's no way you're going to get so many levels. You're going to see every check for everything. You can still have plenty of flavor for a different replay. And even if you get rid of all the skills, you still have flavor on a replay just from choices you make in dialogue. So I don't think it's quite worth, having such weak XP at the beginning. I think more XP, I think getting rid of Thought Cabinet, forget perks or skill requirements would be better. I don't think it kills it, but I think not really feeling like I had the freedom to just pick 4 dialogue as much was kind of silly. Here's a complaint. Final Cut barely adds new content, mainly voice acting. Yeah, but like, is that a problem? Did they sell this game again at full price after it was like for $20 or something? I mean, the amount of voice dialogue is pretty big. I don't know what other little changes they did, but... Oh, okay. See, that's kind of the thing. It's like, to me, it's like, it doesn't matter much. It depends on the price point, what they advertised it as. If it was like a, promised to be like a full expansion, like... I mean, adding like 4 or 5 big quests and a shitload of voice acting and newly recorded voice acting, like, to me, that's... You could call that a big update. You could call that a new version. It's at a price point that's not bullshit, right? Like SMT3 HD or something, right? Where they don't really do anything and it costs $60. And I don't think it's a problem, but yeah, it depends on what they promised. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't know much about the advertising and all that. In terms of actual in-game content on a single run for a new person, yeah, you're not going to see a lot of that. Although the fucking narration dialogue is, I mean, it's pretty fucking considerable. They're probably spending a considerable amount of money on it. But, I mean, I would agree. If you're a fan of the original, then you probably get the final cut. You're not going to feel like you got a shitload of new stuff. But as somebody who doesn't... I don't know much about the advertising. I don't know about the promises or anything. It's harder for me to say. I think it was fine. And the political quests definitely give you a goal for replays. Align your political shit towards those or something, so... That's not too bad, though. I'm just gonna go watch them online. But it's fair, yeah, I mean, I got you for sure. It's just hard for me to really... This is the only one I know, right? I mean, it's very different if you probably play the original and watch this afterwards. I think what's there is quality, though. I liked the Vision Quest. I liked the narrator. I think... So, if you didn't have the narrator voice, you absolutely in your mind would give each part of his mind a different voice and different personality a little bit without even knowing it. You would, right? They have different personalities in the writing, sort of. Having the narrator do what's pretty much the same voice for all of them does remove a little bit of that imagination, a little bit of that personality you would fill in yourself. But on the flip side, I think he did a really good job. I like his voice. I like the style of this kind of like, he kind of has this stilted kind of way of like narrating it. His voice was cool. I mean, I never got tired of hearing it. There's some give. I could see this yin yang. I could see some give and take on it. But I did like it. It was given out for free. Well, that's good that they did that. Yeah. So I could understand. There definitely was plenty of room, like with the fucking, you know, the Coke skull and all that they could have done some fun stuff, which would have added some spice, but I don't think it's fucked, right? Something like, you know, like I said, SMP 3 HD or like Mario All Stars, or hell, even P5 Royal in some ways, because they're charging full price. Yeah, for sure. I don't think it on its own would be probably worth just the replay. The biggest piece of content is the narration. That's totally fair, yeah. Yeah, for a new person, I don't think it's a problem at all. Like I said, narration, the emotions and character you might get out of the different parts of your mind might be gone, but I think the quality of the narration, the style and all that outweighs those little bits. Because the writing's still different enough for the mind parts, though. That's fine, but... Anyways, yeah, I think that what you got here, it doesn't feel like super obvious what's Final Cut stuff. It's a very enjoyable final package. It's not like fucking Baldur's Gate where I could tell immediately what fucking characters were added in the enhanced edition and they're kind of stupid and they break the game, right? I think everything meshes pretty good here. Speaking of, I need to do Baldur's Gate 2 soon. George Aniki needs to continue his journeys after we did Baldur's Gate 1. What else we got here? Yeah, controls are kind of fucked. Anything else? I was talking about... it's good and bad. I think it's mostly good, but that there's entire big scenes that aren't tied to checks that you just get depending on your skill. Like the Spirit Decor one at the beginning of the game just kind of pops up and it tells you all about, you know, who's working there, what they think of Harry and stuff. And if you don't have the levels, you don't get this fully voice act scene with all these new characters and stuff when you're in the car. And I think it's kind of cool. I think that adds a lot of replay value and flavor stuff. It makes it rewarding to have your build a certain way. And it doesn't feel like you're missing out as much as with white checks because you don't know, partially. And two, they're not like massive, right? I don't know how many of those kinds of scenes there are, but I think that kind of thing was fine. Yeah, I wrote in here, it's hard to compare that another playthrough. It doesn't fundamentally change a playthrough. Yeah, another thing I didn't really have a big thought on was... I think we've talked about this a lot. It was a kind of the thought where there was no like giant, huge, profound, like emotional moments, and I do think there was some. I think of the shootout, and some of that other stuff. There's some moments I got kind of riled up. I think a lot of it was for like camaraderie shit with Kim. But really, I mean, the amount of just laughs and shit I got, and just the baseline level of enjoyment being so high for me throughout most of it, that despite not having this huge roller coaster of emotions, I think that baseline is just very commendable, man. That is just that entertaining the whole way through. And that's kind of what they're going for, right? They're not trying to make you cry in there, right? Like, they're not trying to make you fucking afraid or anything wacky, right? It's a funny game. That can be thought-provoking. And it's generally entertaining. Yeah, the shootout was big for me. There were some scenes around there, too, that were pretty good. A lot of it relating to Kim. The Phasmid was big. Phasmid was hype, right? That was the thing. There was a lot of things I was just like excited for. I was laughing, or I was just kind of like, generally just thought was really cool. And I was getting animated, right? And I think that's a big thing, right? And I think in the beginning you don't see as much of that. It's just very interesting world building and some funny bits, but because of all that world building and all of those bits they've developed with the characters, it creates some pretty cool stuff by the end, right? Because of it. Like, with Kim, like, I really felt some shit, right? He was cool. Who's in shambles about Dora and the figurines? See, for me, I was laughing about the fucking figurines thing because of the fucking trophy. Yeah. Because to me, it was just, it was a side quest for one. Two, they didn't seem to have that much meaning on their own, and it was always related to Dolores Day. But when he gave them to her, to me, it was just like, because I'm so used to, I guess, the shitpost feel of the game. That when he said, "Then what use are they?" Whatever, they're pointless. That it just felt like kind of almost a meta joke, right? But I could totally see, on the other hand, getting emotional about it. Somebody's giving you something, they're being really heartfelt, and you just shit on them. I was feeling some things during that scene for sure. I was more probably annoyed at her and kind of like, Jesus, Harry, you need to fucking just give it up, dude. Emotionally involved for sure, but no, I don't think I was ever, not a in tears game for me. Maybe I was welling up a little bit because I was just pumped for some of the Kim shit, but like when you wake up and you take Harry and all that shit. But I always like kind of familial stuff or brotherhood type of shit. That stuff gets me good. Yeah. So this is not my best sheet of notes. This game has had a lot going on. If you guys have anything you want to talk about, I'll say it again. Anything you want to talk about, anything you want to discuss, anything at all, hit me. Or anybody here, right? It's not just about me. I'm trying not to be too fucking up my own ass, but it's fun talking about these things. Otherwise, I'll probably start wrapping it up. Let's look through the trophies. Yeah, so in general, though, to kind of cap that off, by all means, if somebody's got something, go for it. But oh, this was good too. I really like this. Is a really cool moment where you recruit him, dude. Yeah, I think I really liked it. Like I said, I don't think it changed my life completely, but I think this is something I'll remember, relate back, a lot. I'll use it as an example a lot in terms of just quality writing or dark humor. Kim as a straight man, just quality writing in video games, and some of it's more experimental shit. I just think it's really good, really solid. I liked it. Like I said, it didn't change my life or nothing, but it didn't have to. It's solid. I'm glad I played it. What else we got here? It was just very enjoyable the whole way through. Just always entertaining. Solve the case without inspecting the body. Have one there free. Metal dispenser. Oh, if I took that metal from Renee. Oh no, that's awesome. Yeah, and I'm sure everybody, most people in here are. It's me on the right. That's fucking sick, dude. Yeah, man, the Harry's owning it too, man. That's awesome. I'm glad so many people enjoy it. There's a big community around it. Because I was talking about this in the beginning. Is I don't think it's a very mass appeal game. Yeah, and that's my thing is like, because so when I first was going into this, I hear people talking political stuff. I'm talking about this game is made by communists, it's leaning really hard, kind of thing. And this was before, long before I even had this in my hands. Um, uh, all sorts of fucking wacky shit, but like at the end of the day, yeah, it's pretty just such a comfy, just kind of shitpost game with some just very very well put together script and dialogue and characters and shit. I gotta know, it's very different on that front than I expected. I had something else to say there and I lost it. Tension. Tension. Yeah, my attention. The icebreaker. The book club. What are some of these? Gluten-free pie toppings. Yeah, that's awesome though. Nice cosplay. Phase shift. Pale runner. What the fuck is this? Phase shift. There's so much shit still, dude. Venture into the hardcore. At an all-time low. Like, nobody does this. Oh, it's the fascist quest. Okay. Yeah, I get most of these here. Being like an apocalypse cop and shit. I like how there's no like completion, like super completionist stuff here. It's kind of just for going for certain plays and doing secret things. Yeah, honestly, when I went into it, I mean, some people, didn't have the best. They were iffy about some things. Yeah, I heard some, like I said, some politically charged stuff here and there. But I'm pleasantly surprised. I liked it quite a bit. But that's what I was saying. Mass appeal. I did not think this game has mass appeal. It is very slow, which is nowadays not not the people don't want. You're barely moving around. It's lots of talking. I've had many people in here tell me that they would not play this game probably because of that. The dark humor, offensive stuff everywhere, even though it's totally taken the piss out of offensive stuff. It requires a little bit of thought. There's a little bit of nuance in there, and that's kind of, not exactly common these days. That I'm surprised it's gotten as big as it has, and as well receptive as it has. I guess maybe that novelty is maybe why, because it does read kind of different. The sheer effort. Yeah, that could be it too. I mean, what they've got here is really interesting. The world's very captivating. The characters are awesome. The amount of choice and the contextual shit going on is just impressive, and it should be. But the hook, right? It is not something that I would immediately be like, oh yeah, Joe Blow's gonna put this on his Game of the Year thing. I can see why it'd be somebody's Game of the Year, but like, just like Game Awards or something, right? So it's cool. I mean, I'm glad it has gotten the traction it has. I mean, it deserves to be liked for sure. More than fucking 90% of the shit. More than the next game we're gonna play deserves probably. So you can go out of bounds? How do you do that? A new portrait for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what else to say on it. I think you could talk about this game for a long time. There's a lot to say. But a lot of it is probably more on the detail side of things. Something that, you'd want to talk about right there while you're doing the quest. Right? Or if you had a shitload of time, you could really dig in and analyze a lot of the stories and stuff. But terms of just being able to kind of cover it here at the end of a 90-hour something playthrough, I wish I could do a little better for you guys, but I think we kind of got a lot of it. Need to keep working on it. So anyways, I'm gonna hit you with the spiel, I guess. It was good having everybody. This is a good playthrough. It's a heavy-duty variety channel, so I play things from VNs to CRPGs to fucking arcade games to obscure fucking unheard of dog shit games, all sorts of shit. I like the medium, like digging into it, like chit-chatting to people about anything, so that's kind of what we do. So just interested to see you guys around again, hopefully. But the next game's coming up. Next one's probably Pokemon Arceus. Go from this, which is actually really good and written well, to probably a piece of shit, but that's fun. I'm going in with open mind, but I think we'll be able to dig into that one a lot easier, I imagine. I think it's going to have a lot more glaring good and bads. It's a much more simple game, so that'll be cool. Some other stuff coming up. Wanted to mess with Lake at some point here soon. Wanted to start the old Hitman games and work our way through the new ones. Something like Skies of Arcadia Dragon Quest 8 would be cool. Plague Tale, Wolfenstein, Record of Lodos War, some of them. I'm trying to... I don't really have like a super short list right now. We've got all sorts of things. Jagged Alliance was gonna... the goal right now has been working through gifted games in between stuff I've been getting in the mail. So that's still going to be the plan. So stuff like Jagged Alliance, Super Cloud Build, Phonotopia Awakening, Everhood, Homeworld possibly, just a bit more RTS. Metal Unit, stuff like that. We'll try to do some of those. I guess we've kind of played 2 really long top-down games this month, didn't we? Desperados 3, which is more stealth, kind of like RTS thing, and then this. 2 very different games, but kind of weird how that worked out. My January has been slow. I usually stream every day for like 10 plus hours, but this month's been a bit slow. We did a lot of FF14. Anyways, I don't know. We got all... I'm not good at fucking throwing the stream out there. We got all sorts of shit coming up. It's a lot of talking. It'll be fun. Feel free to hit the Discord and all that. We've been going through every James Bond movie. It's been kind of our goal. We're in the Roger Moores now. If you guys like to chit-chat about movies, it's not... We don't watch them in voice. It's a text channel, so you don't have to be like afraid we're talking or something. And then I'll try to watch a lot of stuff relating to stream events too. I got So Big 3 I want to do soon, which is the So Bad It's Good event, which those have been month-long in the past. The next one's going to be 2 weeks, and I'll probably do it twice as often, which is just playing games so shit that they're fun. Stuff like Limbo of the Lost, Mystery of the Druids, shit like that. If you know what those are. We've done 2 of them. It's been a good time. Rogue Warrior and Virtual Highlights, stuff like that. Plan on doing a Sudathon at some point here of quite a few of the Suda 51 games. As a developer, I'm very shaky on. I like him, but his games have been kind of iffy, so figured we could do a big event and kind of compare and contrast all of the games. Or not all of them, but a very large amount of his games. See how he shakes up. What other events? We did the Mario Golf-a-thon a while back, but I don't think I'm gonna do the tennis one anytime soon. I don't know, whatever. I've been going too long on it. I think that's it. Thank you guys very much. I'm not going to start anything else tonight. I was going to start Pokemon, but we'll do that tomorrow. So Pokemon will start, I don't know, tomorrow. And then I'm probably going to take a break to watch Elegy and go to play the rest of East 9. Then we'll do more Pokemon. So thank you for watching, really. This was very enjoyable, and I think a lot of it was the people in the chat. A lot of good talk, a lot of fun. So I do mean it. Thank you very much. Is anybody on right now? I don't think. You know what? I'm just gonna let you guys run free, alright? Thank you very much. I hope to see you guys again.